Nuggets! It is time to finish The Stranger. Hello everybody, my name is Guardian Zay, the Force African. No challenge is too big for me! How's everybody doing today? Who clocked in? I did get everybody, right? I did get everybody? Okay, awesome. So, we finished reading part 1 of The Stranger, and I'm assuming part 2 is like, that's pretty much like the middle part. So we should be able to finish it, especially since like, what is this, page 71 out of 137? So I'm guessing we got like 70 more pages to go. For those of you who do not know, how many of you guys weren't here for part 1? Anybody? Was anybody here not for part 1? I actually posted, or I uploaded part 1 to the VOD channel. If you guys want to go check out the, if you want to check out the VOD there, I uploaded it yesterday. View the new Limbus banner characters with us. Oh, I saw them. I was actually, you know what? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go ahead and look at those real fast. Oh my, I was, to say the least, I was like the security guy at K-Corp, flabbergasted. I was not expecting, mate, I thought it was a joke. Like, this thing right here, I thought was a joke. I actually haven't fully watched it. I've only seen the pictures of it. Because, here, you guys should probably understand why I thought it was a joke, okay? You guys should understand why. Look at this.
Limbus company.
네, 저는 선배가 아니잖아. 뭐야?
Is he confused that Dante's the superior? That sounds like, that line sounds like he's confused that Dante's the superior.
함께 하시겠나요?
Bro, okay, so yes, this is the part. Mate, this is the part that I saw this picture and I actually thought that this was just fan art. I thought this was fan art. It's like, there's, what is she doing? Like, with the whole hair color and stuff, I obviously knew that she was, supposed to be Cromer Faust. But I thought that this was fan art that somebody did for Cromer Faust to show that she's just like, she's being an internet racist. And it turns out it's fucking true. This is actually her. I'm actually, what is this actually the same assets, or did they actually make new assets? I think they made new assets for, did they? I swear this looks like new assets for her. Bruh. My god. They look new? Yeah, this actually looks like a new asset for her. Mate, they're making it very tough to not like Faust. They're making it really hard not to like her. Bro, the animation is awesome. I know, it's so good. She is not, I would say she's not as refined as Cromer's attacks, because like, that's fucking brutal. Like, look at this. Look at this move right here. Die. Cromer seemed to have a little bit of refinement to her, and then she's just like this. She goes Unga. I've given up on getting Mare just to focus on Faust. Damn, rip. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Mare Salt will also have a banner up for the next one too. Probably not as high as Faust's, but I can see it. The right word for Cromer Faust is batshit deranged. This is what happens when you're terminally online, guys. This is what happens when you're terminally online, just know that. So yeah, I was kind of hoping to wait till it came out to look at it, but it seems like you guys really wanted me to watch it, so. Cromer, I sleep Twitter Faust. I think Twitter would absolutely hate Cromer Faust, I would think. When she goes Unga, we go Bunga. Like, if Chromer Faust was a real thing, I'm pretty sure Twitter would hate her. Someone else clocked in? Enon, it says you clocked in. What do you mean? Faust went on a CS lobby once, never been the same. I love that meme. I love that meme where it's like Valorant and there's like two people that are basically making out with each other in Valorant, and then it's the comms for Team Fortress 2 and it's just one dude being an absolute gamer. Oh my god. Rhino clocked in? Where's Rhino at? Rhino did clock in. Wait, did I? There it is. Okay, so it did show up. I was wondering because I didn't see it on my manager quests for a second there. Look how tiny Rhino is. You know, I'm gonna keep him small like this. He's gonna be small like this. I don't know why your resolution was so small for your nugget, but he starts off very tiny. The tiny Rhino. He's like punishing birds almost the size of him. I'm gonna re-stranger for myself, so we'll join you later. All right, take care. This is going to be the don't say it. She would buy Twitter. She does. I doubt she has the money to buy Twitter. There they are. I was about to say. I was looking for my hellos. Hello, Ghost Plan. Hello, Metal Star. Hello, Friendly Bouchet. But why do I keep seeing Friendly Bus Mephi as Friendly Buscemi, like the actor Buscemi? Steve, what's his first name? Is it Steve Buscemi? Friendly Bus Mephi, how you doing? How you doing, Mikey? How you doing, Nico Div? How you doing, Lord Enon? How you doing? Wait, Mikey again. You little shit, stop. I had to reset the stream. Why'd you guys have to say hello again? How you doing, Legionnaire? How you doing, Ghost Plan? How you doing, Star Dragon? How you doing, The Lucky Day? How you doing, Smoke Pipe? How you doing, Super Meter Wesker? How you doing, Berry Happy Face? How you doing, Star Kira Flame? How you doing, Nishrika? How you doing, Commissar? How you doing, Shifty Fungus? How you doing, Don? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Spent my leaves on McDonald's so I can't. That's so sorry. Yeah, my brother asked me to go get Burger King, so I thought I was gonna be late to the stream, so I said real quickly that I thought that I'm gonna be late, and no, I actually got back in time, thankfully, so. But yeah, for those of you who weren't here for part 1 of The Stranger, Marisol shot an Arab, and I'm guessing he's gonna go to prison, and we're gonna find out what's gonna happen with him. Did you get 5 Whoppers and 5 more Whoppers? We got like a family bundle, so you're close. We got 3 Whoppers and like 3 cheeseburgers or something with like 3 medium fries.
Name.
And I had a single burger because I didn't want to eat too much before the stream. Zara T what the hell is this name? Zarate Angeles? Is that it? It looks like it's Zara T and Jealous. I'm assuming that's Zara. That's Zarate Angelus, I'm guessing. Zarate. It's a new version of Jarate in Team Fortress 2. This is where Limbus Company hired him. Are you saying that somebody got hired while they were getting Burger King? Imagine one of the sinners got hired to work for, one of the sinners got scouted at a Burger King. Is Marisol that big of a guy anyway? Like, is he imposing? I would say he's probably like American Psycho built, I would say. It feels like he's probably like one of those kind of guys. He works out because it's just a thing he does. Let's see, where's my part 2? There it is, I found my part 2. All right, so here we go though, guys. Part 2. Jesus Christ, it's loud. Why is it so loud? Part 2 of The Stranger. Became playing Marisol. Oh god. Like, oh god, like a waiter, him as a waiter. Why do you redeem Nesso right when we're getting started? God damn it. You couldn't do it. You guys are so interruptive. You guys are so intrusive with this Nesso. It's always in the middle of something. My ears, you'll be fine. It was a lovely piano. It's not like it was Dawn screaming to the top of her lungs, wondering where you are. And some rain. Yes, unfortunately, there's also some rain in this, which I don't understand it. I don't understand the whole, like, we need to add rain to everything. We are the intrusive thoughts. Carmen's the intrusive thoughts. Are you guys saying you're at the same level of Carmen? What do you mean, unfortunately? Do you want to just, like, I know it's gonna happen someday, where I am going to be playing, or I'm gonna leave Limbus Company on in the middle of, like, doing something else, and I'm just suddenly going to hear this. I'm going to leave it on at some point, and it's just gonna say this suddenly. I know it's gonna happen. I'm going to I have Limbus Company on in the background all the time because I need to grab stuff for, like, videos every once in a while. Heavenly. It's like music to my ears. Planned adjustments to Luxcavations, yeah. I was looking at my system notifications. Here we go, though. The Stranger, Part 2. Right after my arrest, I was questioned several times, but it was just so they could find out who I was, which didn't take long. The first time, at the police station, nobody seemed very interested in my case. A week later, however, the examining magistrate looked me over with curiosity. But to get things started, he simply asked my name and address, my occupation, the date and place of my birth. Then he wanted to know if I had hired an attorney. I admitted I hadn't and inquired whether it was really necessary to have one. "Why do you ask?" he said. I said I thought my case was pretty simple. He smiled and said, "That's your opinion, but the law is the law, and you don't hire an attorney yourself. The court will appoint one." I thought it was very convenient that the court should take care of those details. I told him so. He agreed with me and concluded that it was a good law. At first, I didn't take him seriously. I was led into a curtained room. There was a single lamp on his desk, which was shining on a chair, where he had me sit while he remained standing in the shadows. I had read descriptions of scenes like this in books, and it all seemed like a game to me. After our conversation, though, I looked at him and saw a tall, fine-featured man with deep-set blue eyes, a long gray mustache, and lots of thick, almost white hair. He struck me as being very reasonable, and, overall, quite pleasant, despite a nervous tic which made his mouth twitch now and then. On my way out, I was even going to shake his hand, but just in time, I remembered that I had killed a man. Wait, hold on, actually I just realized something. I just remembered something, hold on. I need to change the category. There we go. The next day, a lawyer came to see me at the prison. He was short and chubby, quite young, his hair carefully slicked back. Despite the heat, I was in my shirt sleeves. He had on a dark suit, a wing collar, and an odd-looking tie with broad black and white stripes. He put the briefcase he was carrying down on my bed, introduced himself, and said he had gone over my file. My case was a tricky one, but he had no doubts we'd win if I trusted him. I thanked him and he said, "Let's get down to business." I remember I just killed a man. That's a sentence. It's actually, I think it's surprising, honestly. He's actually aware that he just killed somebody. I swear, I thought he was just gonna be kind of flat about it, really. He seems to be actually aware what he just did. So at least he understands a little. He sat down on the bed and explained to me that there had been some investigations into my private life. It had been learned that my mother had died recently at the home. Inquiries had then been made in Marengo. Marengo? Marengo sounds like a place that Dutch would want to go to, like Tahiti. It wants all the mangoes. The investigators had learned that I had shown insensitivity. The investigators had learned that I had shown insensitivity the day of Maman's funeral. Oh no. That's not good. Oh god. They know that he kind of didn't really care. It looked like he didn't care too much about his mom's funeral. He's the French psycho. I don't think he's really exactly psychotic. It's just more so he just has very little care. He can't care. His brain is just wired so he doesn't really care much. Your Honor, my client pleads meh. Your Honor, my client pleads oopsie daisy. I don't know what to tell you. Oh my god. You understand, my lawyer said. It's a little embarrassing for me to have to ask you this, but it's very important, and it will be a strong argument for the prosecution if I can't come up with some answers. He wanted me to help him. He asked if I had felt any sadness that day. The question caught me by surprise, and it seemed to me that I would have been very embarrassed if I had to ask it. Nevertheless, I answered that I had pretty much lost the habit of analyzing myself, and that it was hard for me to tell him what he wanted to know. I probably did love Maman, but that didn't mean anything. At one time or another, all normal people have wished their loved ones were dead. Here the lawyer interrupted me, and he seemed very upset. He made me promise I wouldn't say that at my hearing, or in front of the examining magistrate. I explained to him, however, that my nature was such that my physical needs often got in the way of my feelings. The day I buried Maman, I was very tired and sleepy, so much so that I wasn't really aware of what was going on. What I can say for certain is that I would rather Maman hadn't died, but my lawyer didn't seem satisfied. He said, "That's not enough." He thought for a minute. He asked me if he could say that that day I had held back my natural feelings. I said no, because it's not true. He gave me a strange look, as if he found me slightly disgusting. He told me in an almost snide way that in any case the director and the staff of the home would be called as witnesses, and that things could get very nasty for me. I pointed out to him that none of this had anything to do with my case, but all he said was that it was obvious I had never had any dealings with the law. He left, looking angry. Yeah, this is... From the sounds of it, this is like a very easy, like, open and shut case. Mersal is not making it an open shut case. He really isn't. I wished I could have made him stay, to explain that I wanted things between us to be good. Not so that he'd defend me better, but, if I can put it this way, good in a natural way. Mostly, I could tell I made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't understand me, and he was sort of holding it against me. I felt the urge to reassure him that I was like everybody else, just like everybody else. But really, there wasn't much point, and I gave up the idea out of laziness. Shortly after that, I was taken before the examining magistrate again. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and this time his office was filled with sunlight barely softened by a flimsy curtain. It was very hot. Oh no. It's very bright and hot in here. Watch out! He had me sit down and very politely informed me that, due to unforeseen circumstances, my lawyer had been unable to come, but I had the right to remain silent and to wait for my lawyer's counsel. I said that I could answer for myself. He pressed a button on the table, A young clerk came in and sat down right behind me. The two of us leaned back in our chairs. The examination began. He started out by saying that people were describing me as a taciturn and withdrawn person, and he wanted to know what I thought. Taciturn. I've heard this word before. I swear I should know what this word is. Reserved or uncommunicative in speech, saying little. Did somebody fucking call me that? Oh my god, I think somebody called me that at work. I think my manager called me that once at work. Oh my god. It's okay, Mr. Lawyer. We shall have performance anxieties sometimes. We all have anxiety performance sometimes. Taciturn? Yeah. Is it taciturn or is it taciturn? It's taciturn.
Taciturn.
Let's see. Oh, drone. He started out by saying that people were describing me as a taciturn and withdrawn person, and he wanted to know what I thought. I answered, "It's just that I don't have much to say, so I keep quiet." He smiled the way he had the first time, agreed that that was the best reason of all, and added, "Besides, it's not important." Then he looked at me without saying anything, leaned forward rather abruptly, and said very quickly, "What interests me is you." I didn't really understand what he meant by that, so I didn't respond. "There are one or two things," he added, "that I don't quite understand. I'm sure you'll help me clear them up." I said it was all pretty simple. He pressed me to go back over that day. I went back over what I had already told him. Raymond, the beach, the swim, the quarrel, then back to the beach, the little spring, the sun, and the 5 shots for the revolver. After each sentence, he would say, "Fine, fine." When I got to the body lying there, he nodded and said, "Good." But I was tired of repeating the same story over and over. It seemed as if I had never talked so much in my life. After a short silence, he stood up and told me that he wanted to help me, that I interested him, and that, with God's help, he would do something for me. But first he wanted to ask me a few more questions. Without working up to it, he asked if I loved Maman. I said, yes, the same as anyone, and the clerk, who up to then had been typing steadily, must have hit the wrong key because he lost his place and had to go back. Shit, dude, oh my god. No, I mean, it's weird. It is a little weird to kind of root for Mayor Salt here, but fuck. Again, without any apparent logic, the magistrate then asked if I had fired all 5 shots at once. I thought for a minute and explained that at first I had fired a single shot, and then, a few seconds later, the other 4. Then he said, "Why did you pause between the first and second shot?" Once again, I could see the red sand and feel the burning of the sun on my forehead, but this time I didn't answer. In the silence that followed, the magistrate seemed to be getting fidgety. He sat down, ran his fingers through his hair, put his elbows on his desk, and leaned toward me slightly with a strange look on his face. Why? Why did you shoot at a body that was on the ground? Once again, I didn't know how to answer. The magistrate ran his hands across his forehead and repeated his question with a slightly different tone in his voice. Why? You must tell me. Why? Still, I didn't say anything. I'm actually curious too. Like, I think the magistrate kind of understands that he's not, the Mayor Salt's not a simple case here. But like, Mayor Salt seems to be able to explain his situation pretty well. And even he doesn't know why he did it looks like. Suddenly he stood up, strode over to a far corner of his office, and pulled out a drawer in a file cabinet. He took out a silver crucifix which he brandished as he came towards me, and in a completely different, almost cracked voice, he shouted, "Do you know what this is?" I said, "Yes, of course." Speaking very quickly and passionately, he told me that he believed in God, that it was his conviction that no man was so guilty that God would not forgive him. But in order for that to happen, a man must repent, and in so doing become like a child whose heart is open and ready to embrace all. He was leaning all the way over the table. Is he trying to fucking exorcise Marcel? I think he might actually be trying to do that. He might be trying to do that very thing. He was waving his crucifix almost directly over my head. To tell the truth, I had found it very hard to follow his reasoning. First, because I was hot and there were big flies in his office that kept landing on my face, and also because he was scaring me a little. Fear! Marisol knows fear. Oh my god. At the same time, I knew that that was ridiculous because, after all, I was the criminal. He went on anyways. I vaguely understood that to his mind there was just one thing that wasn't clear in my confession, the fact that I hesitated before I fired my second shot. The rest was fine, but that part he couldn't understand. Do you even understand, Marisol? Why did you do it? Marisol doesn't understand either. I was about to tell him he was wrong to dwell on it, because it really didn't matter. But he cut me off and urged me one last time, drawing himself up to his full height and asking me if I believed in God. I said no. He sat down indignantly. He said it was impossible. All men believed in God, even those who turned their backs on him. That was his belief, and if he were ever to doubt it, his life would become meaningless. "Do you want my life to be so meaningless?" he shouted. As far as I could see, it didn't have anything to do with me, and I told him so. But from across the table, he had already thrust the crucifix in my face and was screaming irrationally. "I am a Christian. I ask him to forgive you your sins. How can you not believe that he suffered for you?" I was struck by how sincere he seemed, but I had had enough. It was getting hotter and hotter. As always, whenever I want to get rid of someone I'm not really listening to, I made it appear as if I agreed. To my surprise, he acted triumphant. Jesus. You see? You see? He said. You do believe, don't you? And you're going to place your trust in him, aren't you? Obviously. I again said no. He fell back in his chair. He seemed to be very tired. He didn't say anything for a minute while the typewriter, which hadn't let up the whole time, was still tapping out the last few sentences. You gotta wonder which one is actually the crazy one here. Did he actually throw his crucifix at him though? Wait, hold on, where was that part? But from across the table he had already thrust the crucifix in my face and was screaming irrationally. Did he actually throw the crucifix at him right here? This sounds like he yeeted the crucifix at him. This feels like modern day Christians? No, this is not. No, modern day Christians like go to a college with pickets, with like funny signs. That's like the worst that Christians do nowadays. They go to colleges and bring out the funny signs with the funny words on them. And then a dude dressed up as Jesus goes around and fucks with them. He min-rolled his throw. He got a natural one. He just put it aggressively in his face. The other one sounded like he put it aggressively in his face, but this one actually sounds like he yeeted it. Almost. He seemed to be very tired, didn't say anything. He seemed to be very tired. He didn't say anything for a minute while the typewriter, which hadn't lit up the whole time, was still tapping out the last few sentences. Then he looked at me closely, and with a little sadness in his face. In a low voice, he said, I have never seen a soul as hardened as yours. The criminals who have come before me have always wept at the sight of this image of suffering. I was about to say that that was precisely because they were criminals, but then I realized that I was one too. Well, I mean, yeah. If a criminal realizes that they can get away by just agreeing with you being a yes man, I'm pretty sure they would do it. What an idiot. What a dumb magistrate, I swear to God. It was an idea I couldn't get used to. Then the judge stood up, as if to give me the Then the judge stood up, as if to give me the signal that the examination was over. He simply asked, in the same wary tone, if I was sorry for what I had done. I thought about it for a minute and said that, more than sorry, I felt kind of annoyed. I got the impression he didn't understand, but that was as far as things went that day. I love how honest Mersalt is, but god damn it, dude. He ain't getting out of this. Fucking A, guys. You think you get copyright claimed for playing instrumentals of Metal Gear Rising music? Metal Gear Rising music doesn't get you copyrighted. After that, I saw a lot of the magistrate, except that my lawyer was with me each time. But it was just a matter of clarifying certain things in my previous statements, or else the magistrate would discuss the charges with my lawyer. But on those occasions, they never really paid much attention to me. Anyways, the tone of the questioning gradually changed. The magistrate seemed to have lost interest in me, and to have come to some sort of decision about my case. He didn't talk to me about God anymore, and I never saw him as worked up as he was the first day. The result was that our discussions became more cordial. A few questions, a brief conversation with my lawyer, and the examinations were over. As the magistrate put it, my case was taking its course, and then sometimes, when the conversation was of a more general nature, I would be included. I started to breathe more freely. No one in any of these meetings was rough with me. Everything was so natural, so well handled, and so calmly acted out that I had the ridiculous impression of being one of the family. And I can say that at the end of the 11 months that this investigation lasted, I was almost surprised that I had ever enjoyed anything other than those rare moments when the judge would lead me to the door of his office, slap me on the shoulder, and say to me cordially, "That's all for today, Monsieur Antichrist, what the fuck?" I would then be handed back over to the police. What? That's all for today, Monsieur Antichrist. What a great thing to hear somebody say to you that has like power over whether or not you go to prison. Jesus, man. There are some things I never liked talking about. A few days after I entered prison, I realized that I wouldn't like talking about this part of my life. Later on, though, I no longer saw any point to my reluctance. In fact, I wasn't really in prison those first few days. I was sort of waiting for something to happen. It was only after Mary's first and last visit that it all started. From the day I got her letter, she told me she would no longer be allowed to come because she wasn't my wife. From that day on, I felt that I was at home in my cell, and that my life was coming to a standstill there. The day of my arrest, I was first put in a room where there were already several other prisoners, most of them Arabs. They laughed when they saw me. Then they asked me what I was in for. I said I'd killed an Arab, and they were all silent. A few minutes later, it got dark. They showed me how to fix the mat I was supposed to sleep on. One end could be rolled up to make a pillow. All night I felt bugs crawling over my face. A few days later, I was put in a cell by myself, where I slept on wooden boards suspended from the wall. God, that is old. Really? The wooden boards that are like suspended from the wall like that with like via chains and stuff? Oh my god. They can't do chains anymore. Somebody's just gonna take those chains off of the wall, yeah. The SpongeBob bed. What are you in here for? Did he get put in solitary, or was that a holding cell for at first? They probably put him in a cell temporarily, and then they found out probably that he killed an Arab, so like, maybe we shouldn't put him in the same cell as them. So they probably put him in a lone cell instead. That, and also they didn't really care too much about Arabs at the time, so I think they were fine with just putting like all the Arabs in one cell and he can get his own. Is it Arab or Arab? Arab? What the fuck? I'm pretty sure it's Arab. Arab. Fucking A, dude. I'm mad. Fucking really, Google? I type it down and it apparently doesn't have, like, you can't do the funny
Taciturn.
You can't do the voice thing for it. Let's see. Left on the wooden board, suspended from the wall. I had a bucket for a toilet and a tin wash basin. Wash basin? The prison was on the heights above the town, and through a small window, I could see the sea. One day as I was gripping the bars, my face straining towards the light, a guard came in and told me I had a visitor. I thought it must be Mary. It was. Basin? It's basin, not bassin? Zay isn't even speaking German, he's getting corrected again. I know, right? I can't win with any of you guys, like shit. To get to the visiting room, I went down a long corridor, then down some stairs, and finally, another corridor. I walked into a very large room, brightened by a huge bay window. The room was divided into 3 sections by 2 large grates that ran the length of the room. Between the 2 grates was a space of 8 to 10 meters, which separated the visitors from the prisoners. I spotted Mary standing at the opposite end of the room with her striped dress and her sun-tanned face. On my side of the room, there were about 10 prisoners, most of them Arabs. Mary was surrounded by Moorish women and found herself between 2 visitors. A little thin-lipped old woman dressed in black and a fat, bare-headed woman who was talking at the top of her voice and making lots of gestures. What a fun lady right there. Because of the distance between the grates, the visitors and the prisoners were forced to speak very loud. When I walked in, the sound of the voices echoing off the room's high, bare walls, and the harsh light pouring out of the sky onto the windows and spilling into the room brought on a kind of dizziness. My cell was quieter and darker. It took me a few seconds to adjust, but eventually I could see each face clearly, distinctly in the bright light. I noticed there was a guard sitting at the far end of the passage between the 2 grates. Most of the Arab prisoners and their families had squatted down facing each other. They weren't shouting. Despite the commotion, they were managing to make themselves heard by talking in a very low voices. Their subdued murmuring, coming from lower down, formed a kind of bass accompaniment to the conversations crossing above their heads. I took all this in very quickly as I made my way towards Mary. Already pressed up against the grate, she was smiling her best smile for me. I thought she looked very beautiful, but I didn't know how to tell her. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Marisol got exorcised. It failed. And he's talking to Mary in a very weird visiting room. It almost sounds like a very weird visiting room, I swear. Well, she called across to me. Well, here I am. Are you alright? Do you have everything you want? Yes, everything. We stopped talking and Mary went on smiling. The fat woman yelled to the man next to me, her husband probably, a tall blonde guy with an honest face. It was the continuation of a conversation already underway. Damn. John wouldn't take him, she shouted as loudly as she could. Uh-huh, said the man. I told her you'd take him back when you got out, but she wouldn't take him. Then it was Mary's turn to shout that Raymond sent his regards, and I said, thanks. But my voice was drowned out by the man next to me, who asked, is he alright? His wife laughed and said, he's never been better. The man on my left, a small young man with delicate hands, wasn't saying anything. I noticed that he was across from the little old lady and that they were staring intently at each other. But I didn't have time to watch them any longer, because Mary shouted to me that I had to have hope. I said yes. I was looking at her as she said it, and I wanted to squeeze her shoulders through her dress. I wanted to feel the thin material, and I didn't really know what else I had to hope for other than that. But that was probably what Mary meant. because she was still smiling. All I could see was the sparkle of her teeth and the little folds of her eyes. She shouted again, "You'll get out and we'll get married." I answered, "You think so?" But it was mainly just to say something. Then very quickly and still, in a very loud voice, she said yes, that I would be acquitted and that we would go swimming again. But the other woman took her turn to shout. This would be like a comedy scene did they make The Stranger into a movie at all? I feel like at some point somebody decided to take it up to them, right? Somebody had to have taken it up to them to make this into a movie, surely. Every time I search The Stranger movie, it's a horror movie with people with funny masks. That's what I get. Or I get a movie with this dude who almost looks Amish. That's all I get. So maybe, are you serious? That's Stone Cold Steve Austin. How many movies are called The Stranger? I have found 3 movies that are called The Stranger now. Kathy Long? Why do I know the name Kathy Long? I feel like I've heard it being a movie. Maybe if I searched up like the French name of it, the actual name of it, I'd probably get it. But yeah, like this scene right here would probably be like the comedy segment of it. Have you tried La Stranger? The Stranger 1967? Oh my god, we're going that far back, huh? It's got a 46% on Rotten Tomatoes. Let's go. Oh, there he is. I wonder what language this is in. God, I kind of want to watch this now. I kind of want to watch this now. I don't think we're going to watch this. Oh, if anybody has any recommendations for movies to watch tomorrow, we're going to have movie night tomorrow. I don't know what to watch though. If you guys have any recommendations, by all means. Throw them in like the suggestion channel or just DM me them. There's The Stranger, and then there's the guy he shot. This was like the other person that came up when I searched this. It was either one of those two. Oh, here's the beach scene. He's smiling. What? He is smiling. That's a very, like, menacing smile she has on. Look at that. Look at that menacing smile she has. What the fuck? Why is he smiling? I guess he does smile, doesn't he? I feel like the Limbus company, Marisol, they took it a very, very serious where he just has no emotions. Because it does seem like he smiled in the book. When you said there he is, the image I got in my head was Limbus Marisol on a movie cover. Yeah, we did that actually. We put Marisol on a movie cover. Where did I put that in my Limbus company folder? I don't think I did. I put him in the cover of Willy's Wonderland because like he would be perfect for Willy's Wonderland. Yeah, I think I put it in my Limbus company folder. That would take forever to find, I think. It's the shadow over the eyes, that's the menacing bit. Oh, you're talking about the lady? It's probably because, yeah, she's like facing downwards while she's smiling, which just makes it a little disturbing. Where's that picture? I'm looking for the haha funny.
is.
There he is. Willy's Wonderland really is just what would Mare Salt be like. This is pretty much just Mare Salt in Five Nights at Freddy's. It really is. Nicolas Cage basically played as Mare Salt. That movie is so good. It's wacky as hell. And I'm a little sad too because it did not make the money, unfortunately. It had a budget, I think, of 5 million, yeah. And it only made 500,000. It was very unfortunate. It was a pretty fun movie. When I saw that, I was actually worried that Cabin in the Woods didn't make that much money, but no, Cabin in the Woods was very successful. Cabin in the Woods budget was 30 million and it made 66 million. It pretty much doubled it. It's been 30 minutes. I was actually wondering when I would get rid of this. That is kind of sad. Was it like a B movie? Yeah, I guess it's like not really, I guess that's modern version of a B movie. I would say, yeah. It was a modern B movie, I would say. $5 billion. I thought it would have been closer to 800,000 to 1 billion. Wait, 5 million, not 5 billion. Like Nicolas Cage, I don't think it's really Nicolas Cage's fault either. If Nicolas Cage just really loves to be in movies. He just loves to act, so. And it kind of bugged me too because like one of the best parts about Nicolas Cage is the way he talks. He didn't fucking talk at all in that movie. Like Declaration of Independence budget. No, not the actual thing. Wait, hold on. No, that's not, wait, what's it called? National Treasure. National Treasure budget, there we go. National Treasure's budget was 100 million. And it made 347 million, wow. I think National Treasure might be one of Nicolas Cage's most successful things. Maybe Face Off, actually. Hold on, let's see Face Off. Face Off budget. Face Off's budget was 80 billion. And it made 245 million. He keeps getting triple off of his good movies, it looks like. Declaration of Independence, my favorite movie. Wanna watch Con Air? What the fuck was Con Air again? Which one is this? Are we just gonna watch Nicholas? Oh my god, so what the fuck? Oh my gosh, okay, I remember this one now. I was thinking about the other one where he has to go to like a prison. He has to go into like a prison and get this like chemical from like these ex-military dudes. Like this chemical would melt your face off and stuff. It's this one, fucking A, dude. Nicolas Cage with the long hair, what's he gonna do? He takes a bullet to the chest in this and he just keeps walking. It's like one of the best moments in the movie. He actually just gets shot square into his chest and he just keeps moving. It's this has Steve Buscemi. This movie has Steve Buscemi in it. Okay, we're going back to the 90s. We gotta come back to The Stranger, which is in the 1930s. Let's go. 1930s, somewhere around there. Okay. Where were we? We were talking about how this is like a silly comedy bit right here. But the other woman could turn to shout and said that she had left a basket at the clerk's office. She was listing all the things that she had put in it to make sure they were all there, because they cost a lot of money. The young man and his mother were still staring at each other. The murmuring of the Arabs continued below us. Outside, the light seemed to surge up over the bay window. I was feeling a little sick and I'd have liked to leave. The noise was getting painful. but on the other hand, I wanted to make the most of Mary's being there. He actually does like seeing Mary then. It's like it looks like he has very little emotions, but he actually does in these moments like this. I don't know how much time went by. Mary told me about her job and she never stopped smiling. The murmuring, the shouting, and the conversations were crossing back and forth. The only oasis of silence was next to me, where the small young man and the old woman were gazing at each other. One by one, the Arabs were taken away. Almost everyone stopped talking as soon as the first one left. The little old woman moved closer to the bars. And at the same moment, a guard motioned to her son. He said, "Goodbye, Maman," and she reached between two bars to give him a long, slow little wave. She left just as another man came in, hat in hand, and took her place. Another prisoner was brought in and they talked excitedly, but softly, because the room had once again grown quiet. They came for the man on my right, and his wife said to him without lowering her voice, as if she hadn't noticed there was no need to shout anymore, "Take care of yourself and be careful." Who said that? Came for the man on my right, and his wife said to him without lowering her voice, as if she hadn't noticed there was no need to shout anymore. Oh, yeah, no, that was the fat lady. "Take care of yourself and be careful." Then it was my turn. Mary threw me a kiss. I looked back before disappearing. She hadn't moved, and her face was still pressed against the bars with the same sad, forced smile on it. Shortly after that was when she wrote to me, and the things I never liked talking about began. Anyways, I shouldn't exaggerate, and it was easier for me than the others. When I was first imprisoned, the hardest thing was that my thoughts were still those of a free man. For example, I would suddenly have the urge to be on a beach and to walk down to the water. As I imagined the sound of the first waves under my feet, my body entering the water, and the sense of relief it would give me, all of a sudden I would feel just how closed in I was by the walls of my cell. But that only lasted a few months. He was actually in... Jesus, he was in prison for that long? Oh my god. Afterwards, my only thoughts were those of a prisoner. I waited for the daily walk, which I took in the courtyard, or for a visit from my lawyer. They never said how long his sentence was, did they? He's not even convicted yet. I'm pretty sure he's not convicted yet. He still has to go to trial. Like, Jesus. He's been in here for months, and he still hasn't gone to trial yet. Wait, in France, is it guilty until proven innocent, or is it innocent until proven guilty over there? I know in UK they're stupid and they do guilty until proven innocent. What does Japan do actually? Because I know like Japan has like a 99% conviction rate. So when they want you gone, they want you gone. You will be gone. Let's see. Are you innocent until proven guilty? In Romania. Wait, no, not in French, in France. As every man is presumed innocent until he has been declared guilty. If it should be considered necessary to arrest him, any undue harshness that is not required to secure his person must be severely curbed by law. This was the French Constitution in the 1958. In 1958, this was made. So before that, who knows what the fuck happened? Get convicted efficiently. Those robots would be really great lawyers. They said the examination lasted 11 months. Oh my god. I mean, I guess it's no surprise. Because they're probably dealing with a very unique case here. Imagine reading the transcripts about his interrogations and wondering like, what the hell is this dude's problem? I waited for the daily walk, which I took in the courtyard, or for a visit from my lawyer. The rest of the time I managed pretty well. At the time, I often thought that if I had to live in the trunk of a dead tree, with nothing to do but look up at the sky flowering overhead, little by little I would have gotten used to it. I would have waited for birds to fly by or clouds to mingle, just as here I waited to see my lawyer's ties, and just as, in another world, I used to wait patiently until Saturday to hold Mary's body in my arms. Now, as I think back on it, I wasn't in a hollow tree trunk. There were others worse off than me. Anyway, it was one of Maman's ideas, and she often repeated it, that after a while you could get used to anything. Besides, I usually didn't take things so far. The first months were hard, but in fact the efforts I had to make helped pass the time. For example, I was tormented by my desire for a woman. It was only natural. I was young. I never thought specifically of Mary, but I thought so much about a woman, about women, about all the ones I had known, about all the circumstances in which I had enjoyed them, that my cell would be filled with those faces and crowded with my desires. I love how he says that he's young, and the guy that they played for the stranger in that movie I showed, that doesn't look young. He really doesn't. Man looks like he's in his 40s. In one sense, it threw me off balance, but in another, it killed time. I had ended up making friends with the head guard, who used to make the rounds with the kitchen hands at mealtime. He's the one who first talked to me about women. He told me it was the first thing the others complained about. I told him it was the same for me, and that I thought it was unfair treatment. But, he said, that's exactly why you're in prison. What do you mean that's why? Well, yes, freedom. That's why. They've taken away your freedom. I never thought about that. I agreed. It's true, I said. Otherwise, what would be your punishment? What would be the punishment? Right. Oh, this is him talking again. Oh, this is Mayor Salt talking. Otherwise, what would be the punishment? Right. You see, you understand these things. The rest of them don't. But they just end up doing it by themselves. Cool. The guard left after that. There were the cigarettes too. When I entered prison, they took away my belt, my shoelaces, my tie, and everything I had in my pockets, my cigarettes in particular. Once I was in my cell, I asked to have them back, but I was told I wasn't allowed. The first few days were really rough. Bro went into the cell. Can I have my cigarettes, sir? Imagine the guard just be like, what? No, you don't get your cigarettes back. Shut up. That may be the thing that was hardest for me. I would suck on chips of wood that I broke off my bed planks. I walked around, nauseated, all day long. I couldn't understand why they had taken them away when they didn't hurt anybody. Later on I realized that too was part of the punishment. But by then I had gotten used to not smoking, and it wasn't a punishment anymore. Apart from these annoyances, I wasn't too unhappy. Once again, the main problem was killing time. Eventually, once I learned how to remember things, I wasn't bored at all. Sometimes I would get to thinking about my room, and in my imagination I would start at one corner and circle the room, mentally noting everything there was on the way. At first it didn't take long, but every time I started over, it took a little longer. I would remember every piece of furniture, and on every piece of furniture, every object, and of every object, all the details, and of the details themselves, a flake, a crack, or a chipped edge, the color and the texture. At the same time, I would try not to lose the thread of my inventory, to make a complete list, so that after a few weeks I could spend hours just enumerating the things that were in my room. And the more I thought about it, the more I dug out of my memory, things I had overlooked or forgotten. I realized then that a man who had lived only one day could easily live for 100 years in prison. He would have enough memories to keep him from being bored. In a way, it was an advantage. Then there was sleep. At first, I didn't sleep well at night, and not at all during the day. Little by little, my nights got better, and I was able to sleep during the day. Oh, and I was able to sleep during the day too. Sleep well not all during the day, damn. Yeah, trying to sleep somewhere else is always very weird. Trying to get used to sleeping in a different place. In fact, during the last few months, I've been sleeping 16 to 18 hours a day. That would leave me 6 hours to kill with meals, nature's call, my memories, and the story about this Czechoslovakian. Huh? Story about the Czechoslovakian? Why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about this guy? Who? Between my straw mattress and the bed planks, I had actually found an old scrap of newspaper, yellow and transparent, half stuck to the canvas. On it was a news story, the first part of which was missing, but which must have taken place in Czechoslovakia. A man had left a Czech village to seek his fortune. 25 years later, and now rich, he had returned with a wife and child. His mother was running a hotel with his sister in the village where he'd been born. Okay, so this is what he's talking about then. Just a random newspaper about this jabroni. In order to surprise them, he had left his wife and child at another hotel and gone to see his mother, who didn't recognize him when he walked in. As a joke, he had the idea of taking a room. He had shown off his money. During the night, his mother and his sister had beaten him to death with a hammer in order to rob him and had thrown his body in the river. Fuck. Cool! The next morning, the wife had come to the hotel and, without knowing it, gave away the traveler's identity. The mother hanged herself. Funny prank. Fucking A, dude. Holy shit. The sister threw herself down a well. I must have read that story 1,000 times. On the one hand, it wasn't very likely. On the other, it was perfectly natural. Anyways, I thought the traveler pretty much deserved what he got and that he should never play games. Come on, Mersalt, it was a funny joke. God, I would be pissed actually. Oh, I would be pissed. Oh my god. So, with all the sleep, my memories, reading my crime story, and the alternation of light and darkness, time passed. Of course, I had read that eventually you wind up losing track of time in prison, but it hadn't meant much to me when I'd read it. I hadn't understood how days could be both long and short at the same time. Long to live through, maybe, but so drawn out that they ended up flowing into one another. They lost their names. Only the words yesterday and tomorrow still had any meaning for me. Is Marisol just reaching enlightenment in prison? It's called becoming numb. That's what it means. One day when the guard told me that I had been in for 5 months, I believed it, but I didn't understand it. For me, it was one and the same unending day that was unfolding in my cell, and the same thing I was trying to do. That day, after the guard had left, I looked at myself in my tin plate. My reflection seemed to remain serious even though I was trying to smile at it. I moved the plate around in front of me. I smiled and it still had the same sad, stern expression. It was near the end of the day, the time of day I don't like talking about. This is how it happened. This is how it happened. This is why Mersalt's like this in the game. He can't smile anymore. Holy shit. The old bored out of one's mind. Yeah, this is actually bored out of your mind. Reaching enlightenment is just being bored out of your mind. I smiled in the same, it was near the end of the day. It was near the end of the day, the time of day I don't like talking about. That nameless hour when the sounds of evening would rise up from every floor of the prison in a cortege of silence. I moved closer to the window, and in the last light of day I gazed at my reflection one more time. It was still serious. And what was surprising about that? Since at that moment I was too. But at the same time, and for the first time in months, I distinctly heard the sound of my own voice. I recognized it as the same one that had been ringing in my ears for many long days, and I realized that all the time I had been talking to myself. Then I remembered what the nurse at Maman's funeral said. No, there was no way out, and no one can imagine what nights in prison are like. So... what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something and I completely forgot it. Damn it. Same one that had been ringing. This part right here, I distinctly heard the sound of my own voice. It actually reminds me of I Am Legend. In I Am Legend, it's... if you guys don't know I Am Legend, it's pretty much this one dude who is like the last man on Earth, essentially, to him, because he doesn't know anybody else anymore. Everybody has essentially turned into vampires in a way. He calls them vampires, essentially, because they're very pale. They only come, these like monsters, they only come out at night. And this entire time you are following this man in I Am Legend, and he decides that he wants to catch one of the vampires to interrogate it and to research them so he knows a way how to beat them. When he captures one, he tries talking to it, and he actually gets frightened by his own voice because he hasn't talked in so long. And this part actually reminded me of that. That's the movie with the dog. Yeah, it's a little more fucked up in the book too. He doesn't even get a dog. He doesn't. In the book, he finds a stray dog, and he tries to go towards it, and it immediately scurries off. It immediately runs away. So he decides to leave a food bowl, a dog bowl, like on his patio to try to get it to entice it. And every single day he lets the food bowl get closer and closer to him, like by an inch, until like the food bowl is right next to him, right next to his chair while he's on the patio, and the dog would eat from it. But he was scared to even try to touch or pet the dog because he didn't want it to run away. And then one day the dog comes back, and the dog is like messed up. The dog is dying. It's wounded. It's like fatally wounded. So he puts down the dog before he even gets a chance to like befriend it. It's pretty fucked up. I guess the movie can also like, I guess the movie is just a messed up too, but in a different way. God, hearing that dog die in I Am Legends was freaking brutal. Where did I leave off at? What a great thing to talk about. Nobody's winning right now, guys. I recognize it as the same one that had been ringing. No, there was no way out, and no one can imagine what nights in prison are like. Yeah. Oh, we're in chapter 3. But I can honestly say that the time from summer to summer went very quickly, and I knew as soon as the weather turned hot that something new was in store for me. Oh God. Summer prison does not sound like fun. My case was set down for the last session of the court assizes. Assizes? And that session was due to end sometime in June. The trial opened with the sun glaring outside. My lawyer had assured me that it wouldn't last more than 2 or 3 days. Besides, he had added, the court will be pressed for time. Yours isn't the most important case of the session. Right after you, there's a parricide coming up. A parricide? That was a parricide. The killing of a parent or other near relative. Well, damn. They came for me at 7:30 in the morning, and I was driven to the courthouse in the prison van. Oh, we're finally doing the courthouse. Let's go! The 2 policemen took me into a small room that smelled of darkness. We waited, seated near a door through which we could hear voices, shouts, chairs being dragged across the floor, and a lot of commotion which made me think of those neighborhood fetes. Phase? When the hall is cleared for dancing after the concert. What the hell is phase? What is this? Hold on, I need to see how this is spelled or pronounced.
Fate.
Fate. It's literally just fate. Just have it spelled F-A-T-E, you nerd. The policeman told me we had to wait for the judges, and one of them offered me a cigarette, which I turned down. Shortly after that, he asked me if I had the jitters. I said no, and that, in a way, I was even interested in seeing a trial. I never had the chance before. Yeah, said the other policeman, but it gets a little boring after a while. A short time later, a small bell rang in the room. Then they took my handcuffs off. They opened the door and led me into the dock. The room was packed. Despite the blinds, the sun filtered through in places and the air was already stifling. They hadn't opened the windows. I sat down with the policemen standing on either side of me. It was then that I noticed a row of faces in front of me. They were all looking at me. I realized that they were the jury, but I can't say what distinguished one from another. I had just one impression. I was sitting across from a row of seats on a streetcar. Sitting across from a row of seats on a streetcar, and all these anonymous passengers were looking over the new arrival to see if they could find something funny about him. I knew it was a silly idea, since it wasn't anything funny they were after, but a crime. Anything funny they were after but a crime. There isn't much difference though. In any case, that was the idea that came to me. Is streetcar? I was sitting across from a row of seats on a streetcar. What is this? I'm trying to visualize this courthouse right now. It almost sounds like that. It sounds like this is like this courthouse is like in the open on a streetcar. Wait, what? Hold on, I need an absolute streetcar. A tram? Sitting across a row of seats on a tram. He's on a tram? He's comparing a streetcar to how he sees things. Oh. Oh, I get it now. I get it now. It's all coming together. Marisol just, bruh, shut up. I completely forgot about this part. I had just one impression. The moment I saw that I had just one impression part, I was like, he's metaphor. Yeah, get it. I had just one impression part got me. Okay. Reddit reading comprehension. Shut up. I completely missed this part. I missed this part. Okay. Oh my god. Look at A. Look, it's like the 1900s, all right? It's like early 1900s. I thought that there was a slight chance that they actually had like an open court where there's like no walls and stuff, and they just drive the fucker into the courtroom in the middle of the place. I was like, huh? I think it would be very efficient. Just have him shackled to the chair in the back of the car and just open the fucking car from the back. So Zay, I am looking at the Limbus company Reddit. You are cringe for already doing that. How dare you? Damn. And someone was at Cromer and he had posted this unfortunate event. Is that Golden Apple? Bear. Freaking Mersalt's EGO is just so cool. Look at him. He's so freaking cool. Strong gust of wind takes away my court docs and I'm free to go. Oh my gosh, I could imagine that being like something that happens in Phoenix, right? Ace Attorney. If I don't hurry up this court proceeding, the papers are gonna blow away and the court is gonna just off the case and he's gonna be guilty. Hold on. Like fucking, if you don't prove I'm guilty in 15 minutes, I'm legally allowed to leave. Oh my god, dude. I need to actually do Phoenix Wright on stream. I actually bought the old Phoenix Wright. What the hell is it called? The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I bought those a while back and I still haven't played them yet. I wanted to play them on stream. I don't remember when I bought this, but it was probably a year and a half ago now. There's no way that's real, Zay. It probably isn't, actually. But Ace Attorney Online, though, is amazing. Have you seen Ace Attorney Online? Oh my god, now that's really something else. Do these have noise? I don't know if these have noise or not. These don't. Here, this is Ace Attorney. This is Ace Attorney Online. This might be a little loud at the start, maybe. Oh, can you guys not hear this one? Hold on, does this have noise? This one doesn't have noise, whatever. This trial was amazing. I loved this trial so much, and I kind of wish I did finish making that video for it, but that was a 12-hour long trial, and there was no way in hell I was gonna go through 12 hours. Where's my... I have one... Oh, here it is. This one has... The man just spammed the freaking music. It's so good. Ayo, what? Yeah, there's a program called Ace Attorney Online, and it essentially, you just roleplay a case. And it's pretty much like you, whether or not it's good just depends on how well people roleplay and how well people get along, because some people can say really dumb shit and just be very stubborn about it. Chat tries to be an attorney. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. Oh my god, man, I go to a courtroom and I have you guys be like the judge or attorney for me. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. But yeah, if you ever have time, I would definitely recommend you guys check out Ace Attorney Online, if you guys ever do. It's so funny. It's like this image right here is a very good way to sum up like Ace Attorney Online. It's so good. I love the middle top one so much. I ran upstairs to not witness the crime. Oh my god. Oh my god. Your Honor, we'd like to cross-examine the dog. They didn't notice a fat man-child eating spaghetti off the floor. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, it's a bunch of dumbasses online trying to do a court proceedings, man. They're trying to do a trial. It really is fun. They got so pissed off at me. The trial that I was in, I was the judge, and they were getting so mad at me because I kept giving the prosecution more time. I was like, I will give you 10 more minutes to plead your case or some bullshit like that, and they were going off on me. Like, 10 minutes? What the fuck? Judge, hurry up, they have shit. Oh, it's amazing. It's really fun, but again, it takes a really long time to finish cases sometimes. Where the hell were we? Right, we were talking about a tram. I knew it was a silly idea since it wasn't anything funny they were after but a crime. There isn't much difference though. In any case, that was the idea that came to me. I was feeling a little dizzy too, with all those people in that stuffy room. I looked around the courtroom again, but I couldn't make out a single face. I think that at first I hadn't realized that all these people were crowding in to see me. Usually people didn't pay much attention to me. I took some doing on my part to understand that I was the cause of all the excitement. I said to the policeman, "Some crowd." He exclamated that, really. It's always so weird to me to see that Mayor Salt is actually saying something with an exclamation mark. It really is. He told me it was because of the press, and he pointed to a group of men at a table just below the jury box. He said, "That's them." I asked, "Who?" And he repeated, "The press." He knew one of the reporters, who just then spotted him and was making his way towards us. He was an older, friendly man with a twisted little grin on his face. He gave the policeman a warm handshake. I noticed then that everyone was waving and exchanging greetings and talking, as if they were in a club where people are glad to find themselves among others from the same world. That is how I explained to myself the strange impression I had of being odd man out, a kind of intruder. Yet the reporter turned and spoke to me with a smile. He told me that he hoped everything would go well for me. I thanked him and he added, "You know, we've blown your case up a little. Summer is the slow season for the news, and your story and the parricide were the only ones worth bothering about." Then he pointed in the direction of the group he had just left, at a little man who looked like a fattened up weasel. Damn. He told me that the man was a special correspondent for a Paris paper. Actually, he didn't come because of you, but since they assigned him to cover the parricide trial, they asked him to send a dispatch about your case at the same time. And again, I almost thanked him, but I thought that that would be ridiculous. He waved cordially, shyly, and left us. We waited a few more minutes. My lawyer arrived, in his gown, surrounded by lots of colleagues. He walked over to the reporters and shook some hands. They joked and laughed and looked completely at ease, until the moment when the bell in the court rang. Everyone went back to his place. My lawyer walked over to me, shook my hand, and advised me to respond briefly to the questions that would be put to me, not to volunteer anything, and to leave the rest to him. To my left, I heard the sound of a chair being pulled out, and I saw a tall, thin man, dressed in red, and wearing a pince nez, who was carefully folding his robe as he sat down. That was the prosecutor. What? I was about to ask, who the hell is this guy? Dressed in red. Thin man dressed in red. Like a red suit? A red dress? Did prosecutors wear like a giant red dress at the time? No fucking way, Dante's the prosecutor? It's Dante! Shut the fuck up, you're golden. Yeah, seriously, I would not blame the lawyer to say that. He realizes that Mayor Salt is not, he's not a guy who really is willing to go out there to get himself out, to get himself to become a free man. The lawyer knows. He's too honest. That was the prosecutor. A bailiff said, "All rise." At the same time, two large fans started to whir. 3 judges, 2 in the black, the third in red, entered with files in hand and walked briskly to the rostrum which dominated the room. The man in the red gown sat on the chair in the middle, set his cap down in front of him, wiped his bald little head with a handkerchief, and announced that the court was now in session. The reporters already had their pens in hand. They all had the same indifferent and somewhat snide look on their faces. You know what? I just gotta show this real fast. I keep thinking about this. This guy, I think, does such good illustrations of, like, this feels like it could be in a book. Whoever, I don't know who did this art, and it kind of makes me sad that I don't know who drew these. No way, I have them saved. Don't tell me I did not save them. No, where did they go? One of them is like Mayor Salt looking down with like the sun in the background, and there's another one where it's just his EGO, but the art style looks like something out of a book. It just genuinely looks like it's out of, like, it could be a part of the book. Where the fuck is it though? No! I have it saved somewhere, I know I do. Maybe somebody else can find the picture. Oh, here it is. Yes. This art style, whoever drew this is amazing. This is incredible. There's another one, but I don't think I saved the other one. It's literally just his EGO pretty much, but it's in that art style. It's so good. Doesn't this look like something that you would see for a book? I saw you while scrolling the Limbus tag on Twitter. I'm glad I was able to catch a stream. Welcome. We're finishing up The Stranger. We did the first part a week ago or last week, and now we're finishing up. We're in the court trial right now. But welcome. Afterwards, we're gonna do the dailies. But yeah, like, I really wish I saved the other one. I don't think I did, it looks like, which is very unfortunate. I would... Why does this image remind me of the Patrick Star meme? You killed the picture. You're trying to ruin it. How dare you? That's slander. But I see what you mean, though. Definitely a paperback book kind of cover. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's a really good art. It's really good drawing. I love it. Bruh, I know the meme. Yeah, it's the one where he's on the ceiling smiling down. Yeah, I know. Okay, hey, dude. The reporters already had their pens in hand. They all had the same indifferent and somewhat snide look on their faces. One of them, however, much younger than the others, wearing gray flannels and a blue tie, had left his pen lying in front of him and was looking at me. Do any of the stories actually have, like, are lighthearted or comedic? None of them are they? Not a single one of these sinners have a comedic book, do they? Because I swear, it's like a very serious moment that's going on, and I am we're just shitposting while this serious stuff is going on. All I could see in his slightly lopsided face were his two very bright eyes, which were examining me closely without betraying any definable emotion. And I had the odd impression of being watched by myself. Maybe it was for that reason, and also because I wasn't familiar with all the procedures, that I didn't quite understand everything that happened next. The drawing of lots for the jury, the questions put by the presiding judge to my lawyer, the prosecutor, and the jury. Each time, the juror's head would all turn towards the bench at the same time. The quick reading of the indictment, in which I recognized names of people and places, and some more questions to my lawyer. Anyways, the presiding judge said he was going to proceed with the calling of witnesses. The bailiff read off some names that caught my attention. In the middle of what until then had been a shapeless mass of spectators, I saw them stand up one by one, only to disappear again through a side door. The director and the caretaker from the home, old Thomas Perez, Raymond, Masson, Salamano, and Mary. She waved to me anxiously. Don, but it's a tragic comedy. Oh, that's right, Don Quixote is pretty much a comedy, I would say. Comedy is the best defense against tragedy, right? You know, yeah, that is very true. It's a very good defense mechanism when you're dealing with some very serious shit. Like, I remember reading that this lady recorded the surgeons while she was under. She recorded the surgeons with her phone while she was under. And the entire time that she was under, they were just like cracking jokes about her and mocking her while they were doing surgery on her, which I feel like is just a coping mechanism that they built up as they're working in a hospital, because it's a freaking hospital. How often do you think these guys deal with death while working at a hospital? So, I mean, it's kind of mean, but it's also not too surprising that they're making jokes while doing surgery. Would you get, knowing that how much they have to deal with it, knowing with how much they have to deal with at a hospital, do you think it's wrong of them to do that kind of thing? How else are you gonna get past the numerous 9-year-olds you had to see off? Yes, oh my god, that is, I didn't even think about that part. I was thinking about like all the people dying of diseases and stuff, like all these 50s and 60-year-olds. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be the one that would suck the most, is having to take care of the terminally ill 9-year-old. Fuck, that'd be brutal. Doctors face death on a weekly basis, so it makes sense for them to lighten the mood. Yeah, it's a coping mechanism. Jokes are fine mockery, however, it's just not good for your health. It's just like, yeah, mocking people is not a normal or good thing, but it's a way for them to deal with something as serious as doing surgery and dealing with death, or like dealing with an operation where you might have a 40% chance or something to kill someone while you're doing the surgery. That's just how it is. It's freaking rough. Let's see. Where should I go back to? The director and the caretaker from the home. Old Thomas Perez, Raymond, Masson, Salamano, and Mary. She waved to me anxiously. I was still feeling surprised that I hadn't seen them before when Celeste, the last to be called, stood up. I recognized next to him the little woman from the restaurant, with her jacket and her stiff and determined manner. She was staring right at me, but I didn't have time to think about them because the presiding judge started speaking. He said that the formal proceedings were about to begin and that he didn't think he needed to remind the public to remain silent. According to him, he was there to conduct in an impartial manner the proceedings of a case which he would consider objectively. The verdict returned by the jury would be taken in a spirit of justice, and in any event, he would have the courtroom cleared at the slightest disturbance. It was getting hotter. Oh no. Every time he says it's getting hotter, I'm always worried. It was getting hotter, and I could see the people in the courtroom fanning themselves with newspapers, which made a continuous low rustling sound. I feel many people go harder into and furthering their coping mechanisms, so there's always a chance it could become unhealthy. I mean, it's either you built a coping mechanism or you deal with the problem. And what is a surgeon to do to deal with the problem? They kind of can't. It's either they quit or they find some way to get used to all these surgeries and deaths they have to deal with. So here comes the sun. Why do you make it the sun's just getting closer to them or something? The presiding judge gave a signal, and the bailiff brought over 3 fans made of woven straw, which the 3 judges started waving immediately. My examination began right away. Does France still do the 3 judge thing? There's 3 judges in this case. Does France have 3 judges? The Court of Appeal handles appeals from most lower courts. It is composed of 3 judges. Really? They look bored out of their minds. I guess it's no surprise. I still remember the time that I was in a court case back when I was in California, and somebody's Siri went off in the middle of them talking about a house burning down. Really great moment. Pretty sure that's American court, or France just has a similar system. I'm almost positive America only has 1 judge. They have the judge, the jury, the person typing down what's the transcript person. I think that's it, actually. Well, I'm talking about like in the judge's end of things. Then you have like the defendant and the prosecutor. Let's see, where are we? My examination began right away. The presiding judge questioned me calmly and even, it seemed to me, with a hint of cordiality. Cordiality? Cordiality or cordiality? Cordiality. I'm learning how to... Sincere affection and kindness, cordial regard. Yeah, it's cordial, so it's cordiality, right? Cordial?
Cordial.
Fuck! God damn it, English! Cordial? Cordiality then? Bruh. Cordial. It's obnoxious. I hate English. Once again, he had me state my name, age, date, and place of birth, and although it irritated me, I realized it was only natural, because it would be a very serious thing to try to wrong the man. To try the wrong man? Because it would be a very serious thing to try the wrong man. I thought he said to try to wrong the man. Then he reread the narrative of what I'd done, turning to me every few sentences to ask, "Is that correct?" Each time I answered, "Yes, Your Honor," as my lawyer had instructed me to do so. It took a long time because the judge went into minute detail in his narrative. Look, Zay, there's at least 5 different types of English, so don't get too worked up, and all of them are wrong, I swear. The reporters were writing the whole time. I was conscious of being watched by the youngest of them, and by the little robot woman. Yo, there's a robot! What the fuck? The robot woman? The little robot woman. It's Angela! Angela's here! She's at the court proceedings! Everyone on the row of streetcar seats was turned directly towards the judge, who coughed, leafed through his file, and turned towards me, fanning himself. He told me that he now had to turn to some questions that might seem irrelevant to my case, but might in fact have a significant bearing on it. I knew right away he was going to talk about Maman again, and at the same time I could feel how much it irritated me. He asked me why I had put Maman in the home. I answered that it was because I didn't have the money to have her looked after and cared for. He asked me if it had been hard on me, and I answered that Maman and I didn't expect anything from each other anymore, or from anyone else either, and that we had both gotten used to our new lives. The judge then said that he didn't want to dwell on this point, and he asked the prosecutor if he had any further questions. The prosecutor had his back half turned to me, and without looking at me, he stated that, with the court's permission, he would like to know whether I had gone back to the spring by myself intending to kill the Arab. Wait, what? Would like to know whether I had gone back to the spring by myself, intending to kill the Arab. No, I said? Is he lying? He's lying! No, I said. Well then, why was I armed and why did I return to precisely that spot? I said it just happened that way. The prosecutor noted in a nasty voice, "That will be all for now." After that, things got a little confused, at least for me. Marisol just didn't want to talk to women, remember? That's the sad part, is that that's probably like the biggest reasoning why he went back, I think. There is 2 things. There's 2 key things that could be the reason why he decided to go back. Was the sun was hot, which is stupid because he should go inside then. Or he didn't want to talk to the women, which he did say. He didn't want to explain the situation to the women. And he didn't even explain the situation to the ladies either, like the first time when he was alone with them. My God, there's no way that's the reason why though. That would be ridiculous. God damn it, Marisol. After that, things got a little confused. At least for me. Confused? After that, things got a little confused, at least for me. After that, things got a little confused. That's supposed to be confusing? I really doubt that's a typo, which is why I'm trying to process what this meant. Why did he say, what did he mean by this, confused? After that, things got a little confused. At least for me. But after some conferring, the judge announced that the hearing was adjourned until the afternoon, at which time the witnesses would be heard. I didn't even have time to think. I was taken out, put into the van, and driven to the prison, where I had something to eat. After a very short time, just long enough for me to realize I was tired, they came back for me. The whole thing started again, and I found myself in the same courtroom, in front of the same faces. Only it was much hotter, and as if by some miracle, each member of the jury, the prosecutor, my lawyer, and some of the reporters too, have been provided with straw fans. This is actually, does anybody remember that Chris Chan? He fucking ran off during his court proceedings. In the middle of his trial, he ran off, like, what the fuck? The young reporter and the little robot woman were still there. They weren't fanning themselves, but they were still watching me without saying a word. Yeah, he jumped out the bathroom window. I'm honestly not surprised that he tried to run away. Look, the guy isn't all there, so that's a very drastic but also silly thing to do, because there's no way you're gonna get away from them. But it's still, I'm not surprised that he did that. Fucking Christ, though. How the fuck did they let him go in the first place? He probably just asked to go to the bathroom. And they realized that with his stature, he wouldn't do anything. He did do something, though. Fucking A, dude. I wiped away the sweat covering my face, and I had barely become aware of where I was and what I was doing when I heard the director of the home being called. He was asked whether Maman ever complained about me, and he said yes, but that some of it was just a way the residents all had of complaining about their relatives. The judge had him clarify whether she used to reproach me for having put her in the home, and the director again said yes. But this time he didn't add anything else. To another question, he replied that he had been surprised by my calm the day of the funeral. He was asked what he meant by calm. The director then looked down at the tips of his shoes and said that I hadn't wanted to see Maman, that I hadn't cried once, and that I had left right after the funeral without paying my last respects at her grave. And one other thing that had surprised him. One of the men who worked for the Undertaker had told him I didn't know how old Maman was. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh. This sucks. There was a brief silence, and then the judge asked him if he was sure I was the man he had just been speaking of. The director didn't understand the question, so the judge told him, "It's a formality." He then asked the prosecutor if he had any questions to put to the witness, and the prosecutor exclaimed, "Oh no, that is quite sufficient." Yeah, I could see that. With such glee and with such a triumphant look in my direction that for the first time in years, I had this stupid urge to cry. Because I could feel how much all these people hated me. Damn. After asking the jury and my lawyer if they had any questions, the judge called the caretaker. The same ritual was repeated for him as for all the others. As he took the stand, the caretaker glanced at me and then looked away. He answered the questions put to him. He said I hadn't wanted to see Maman, that I had smoked and slept some, and that I had some coffee. And that I had had some coffee. It was then I felt a stirring go through the room, and for the first time I realized that I was guilty. The caretaker was asked to repeat the part about the coffee and the cigarette. The prosecutor looked at me with an ironic gleam in his eye. At that point, my lawyer asked the caretaker if it wasn't true that he had smoked a cigarette with me. But the prosecutor objected vehemently to this question. Who is on trial here, and what kind of tactics are these? Trying to taint the witnesses for the prosecution in an effort to detract from testimony that remains nonetheless overwhelming. In spite of all that, the judge directed the caretaker to answer the question. The old man looked embarrassed and said, "I know I was wrong to do it, but I couldn't refuse the cigarette when Monsieur offered it to me." Lastly, I was asked if I had anything to add. "Nothing," I said, "except that the witness is right. It's true, I did offer him a cigarette." The caretaker gave me a surprised and somehow grateful look. He hesitated, and then he said that he was the one who offered me the coffee. My lawyer was exultant and stated loudly that the jury would take note of the fact. But the prosecutor shouted over our heads and said, "Indeed, the gentlemen of the jury will take note of the fact, and they will conclude that a stranger may offer a cup of coffee, but that beside the body of the one who brought him into the world, a son should have refused it." The caretaker went back to his bench. This is so one-sided. When Thomas Perez's turn came, a bailiff had to hold him up and help him get to the witness stand. Perez said it was really my mother he had known, and that he had seen me only once, on the day of the funeral. Bruh, they petty as hell. I mean, it's a good point, because in a very emotional situation like that, you probably wouldn't have the appetite for coffee, the appetite for a cigarette or anything. But Mersault's built different. Fucking A, dude. He was asked how I had acted that day, and he replied, "You will understand, I was too sad, so I didn't see anything. My sadness made it impossible to see anything, because for me it was a very great sadness, and I even fainted, so I wasn't able to see Monsieur." The prosecutor asked him if he had at least seen me cry. Perez answered no. The prosecutor in turn said, "The gentlemen of the jury will take note." But my lawyer got angry. He asked Perez in what seemed to be an exaggerated tone of voice if he had seen me not cry. Perez said no. The spectators laugh, and my lawyer, rolling up one of his sleeves, said with finality, "Here we have a perfect reflection of this entire trial. Everything is true and nothing is true." The prosecutor had a blank expression on his face, and with a pencil he was poking holes in the title page of his case file. What a badass. Everything is true and nothing is true. He's basically pointing out that Perez is kind of useless in this situation, because he actually can't see anything. He actually wasn't able to see anything, like damn. After a 5-minute recess, during which my lawyer told me that everything was working out for the best, we heard the testimony of Celeste. After a 5-minute recess during which my lawyer told me that everything was working out for the best. This doesn't sound like it's working out for the best, Mr. Lawyer. I don't know about you. It's not looking good for Mersault. We heard the testimony of Celeste, who was called by the defense. The defense meant me. I know how this ends, and I have to know. There's got to be some form of life in this man. He said he was feeling like he was getting ready to cry because everybody in the room hated him. Oh my god. Every now and then, Celeste would glance over in my direction and rotate his Panama hat in his hands. He was wearing the new suit he used to put on to go with me to the races sometimes on Sundays. But I think he must not have been able to get his collar on, because he only had a brass stud keeping his shirt fastened. Like he's saying Mersault just gave up on life? Mersault didn't just give up on life. His brain just doesn't know how to function. His brain just doesn't know how to respond to like everything with emotions. Just how it is. Yasing, on the other hand, just got screwed over by life so hard that he just gave up. Mersault just never gave up on life. He never tried to take it to heart. He is going for the participation trophy. I remember getting a participation trophy in Little League Baseball. That was great. When I got that trophy, I asked the guy, or I asked our coach, I asked him, why am I getting this? I asked him, why am I getting a trophy? God, I hated participation trophies. I actually don't know. I think I lost that trophy. I don't know where it is. I remember it actually got chipped at the very tip of one of the fingers of the baseball glove. It was like 5 inches tall. I think it was 4 or 5 inches tall, and the glove, it was a like gray statue with a baseball glove and a baseball in it. It's just saying thanks for being here. Yeah, because that's all I did. How you doing, Ed, by the way? How you doing? Welcome. That's all I did because I broke my arm in the middle of Little League Baseball, so I literally could not participate. Like, literally couldn't. Yeah, I thought it was stupid. It devalues the winning side, in my opinion. Exactly. It does. Nobody does, like, you grow, like, it feels like a lot of kids nowadays don't grow up actually winning. They grow up existing. Should have given you a broken trophy? I mean, in the end, it got chipped, so yeah, I did get a broken trophy by the end. It really is just your effort had a purpose, believe me, yeah. People aren't allowed to win anymore, almost. Yeah, people aren't allowed to, like, revel in victory, I think, nowadays. So then when somebody actually plays, like, something PvP, for example, and they lose, you don't lose anymore. It's just the other side wins. I'm actually almost surprised that, like, Splatoon has a defeat screen for the losers. You shouldn't get a participation trophy if you didn't participate. Yeah, but they gave me the participation trophy anyways because I paid. You have to pay to go into Little League Baseball, so PvP games are all a setup, but that's a massive can of worms. Oh, you talking about like skill-based matchmaking nowadays? The winning team literally can't win if the losing team doesn't bother to show up. Mate, we sucked. You know those movies that that's all about like the bad team, the team of misfits in Little League Baseball? That was my team. That was 100% my team, and I remember my friend at the time was part of the good team. He had such a weird fucking name too, because his name was Casey Cummings. His last name was spelled Cumming, and I believe his team name was like, I think called the Diamondbacks. His team was named the Diamondbacks, and they won. They won the Little League. And I think I believe my team's name was called the Pedros, I believe. Yeah, I think we were called the Pedros. I swear to God, it felt exactly like one of those fucking movies. Because we had, our colors were orange and white. That was our team's colors, which is like very close to brown and white, which is like the colors you would expect, like the team colors for like the really crappy team. And meanwhile, his team's colors were like turquoise and white. He still trained, went to practice, and attempted to play the game. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing at training. I had no clue what I was doing. I remember kids were doing freaking cup checks on each other because it was haha funny to slap somebody in the dick. It was painful. That's when I first learned that no, slapping people in the dick is not fun. It hurts. I'm gonna find every local Little League matches and go to have way more hype than necessary. I'll just yell at the kids like, come on, let's go! I remember cup checks. Yeah, cup checks. They were stupid as hell. We didn't have cups. It was Little League Baseball. You think that we were going to buy freaking cups? This shit's expensive. That's probably one of the most expensive, like, parts of the gear. How much is it? How much is that actually? Baseball, what's baseball cups? Here we go. Walmart. How much is a baseball cup in Walmart? Oh, they're like $7. Really? They're actually cheaper than I thought. Maybe it was like, really? We couldn't afford, bro, were we, there's no way we were that poor. There's no fucking way we were that poor that we couldn't afford a cup, bro. It's an experience of life and you learn the valuable lesson of protecting your crotch, yes. I remember my greatest moment was I hit the ball once the entire time that I played Little League. I hit it once and we got 2 homes for that. There was one kid on second base and another kid on third base, and we got 2 homes off of that. That was my greatest moment ever. The other moment that I had the process, okay, of how the fuck did we get to Little League? I had the process of I saw a kid just stand there the entire time and then on the other team, and all of a sudden his coach came in to pitch. So in my mind, I thought, oh, so if I stand there like an absolute asshole, eventually my coach will come in to pitch for me. I didn't realize that the pitcher was throwing foul balls. Foul balls? No, they were just throwing balls. They were just throwing balls. They weren't throwing strikes. And so when I came up to bat, I just stood there. I stood there and I got 3 strikes and I was out. I was flummoxed. The buffoon was actually flummoxed. I think my parents were, I think my grandfather was like very confused as to why I stood there. And I had to explain to him, I thought the coach would come in and pitch for me. Oh my god. How quickly the tide turns made the tides weren't even turning. That was the issue. I feel like if the tides were turning, the brain would actually function. I remember I had to quit Little League because they started having student pitchers, then I got hit straight in the eye. Oh my god. Wait, hold on, what? For your Little League, did they have the coaches pitch? In my Little Leagues, they actually had the kids pitch. The tides didn't turn, they crashed straight into Zay, yeah, and then I perished. I remember batting and the ball rolled up to the bat and popped me in the face. Oh my god. So what, you swung? You hit the ball? But the way it was going just went straight to your face? Oh, that would suck. Fuck. Yes, but halfway through they had started having kids pitch, but I and everyone else was like 6, 7. Yeah, it's usually the age for Little Leagues. I mean, like, if you have a kid practice pitching, then typically by the time the actual matches start for Little Leagues, they're usually good at doing pitches. Not like amazing, but they're good enough to get strikes and stuff, like the freaking kid who struck me out. I think the worst moment that I had for Little League baseball though was I was in the outfields. That's where you put the shitters at. And I started to understand that no ball's gonna come towards my direction. So I started making a funny cross on the ground in the dirt for where I had to stand. So every time I remembered where to go. And I just kept doing that. And all of a sudden, as I'm making a cross on the ground with my shoe, a fucking ball just rolls by me. Little League was the worst moment I think in my life. One of the worst moments in my life. I feel so sorry for my grandfather because he had to, he paid for it. He paid for me to be in Little League. How much is Little League actually to be? How much to sign up for Little League? I'm actually curious now. Each year your community decides to be a part of Little League, though the chartering process at a cost of just $10 per team. How much does it cost for a child to play baseball? Local high school coach, not high school, I'm talking about Little League. Does Little League baseball make money? Little League revenue is 32 million? What the fuck? Little League's parents can attest for uniforms, playing equipment. Yeah, how much is it to sign up for it though? How much does it cost to play League? That's League of Legends. Okay, Google, you failed me. I give up. Let's see. Where were we? Man, we go off on tangents. But I think he must have not been able to get his collar on because he only had a brass stud keeping his shirt fastened. He was asked if I was a customer of his, and he said, yes, but he was also a friend. What he thought of me, and he answered that I was a man. What he meant by that, and he stated that everybody knew what that meant. If he had noticed that I was ever withdrawn, and all he would admit was that I didn't speak unless I had something to say. The prosecutor asked him if I kept up with my bill. Celeste laughed and said, between us, those were just details. He was again asked what he thought about my crime. He put his hands on the edge of the box, and you could tell he had something prepared. He said, the way I see it, it's bad luck. Everybody knows what bad luck is. It leaves you defenseless, and there it is. The way I see it, it's bad luck. What a bro. Mind you, it's still fucked up what Marisol did, okay? But I mean, that's literally what a bro is. Based. I can't, there is no way I would be able to defend Marisol in this situation. He shot a man. But like, oh my gosh, I want to understand why he did it. I don't think we're gonna finish this book and he's not gonna be able to know why he did it. The sun got in his eyes. I hate this excuse. He was about to go on, but the judge told him that would be all and thanked him. Celeste was a little taken back, but he stated that he had more to say. He was asked to be brief. He again repeated that it was bad luck. And the judge said, yes, fine, but we are here to judge just this sort of bad luck. Thank you. And as if he had reached the end of both his knowledge and his goodwill, Celeste then turned towards me. It looked to me as if his eyes were glistening and his lips were trembling. He seemed to be asking me what else he could do. I said nothing. I made no gesture of any kind, but it was the first time in my life I ever wanted to kiss a man. He's feeling emotions, guys. The judge again instructed him to step down. Celeste went and sat among the spectators. He sat there throughout the entire trial, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees, the Panama hat in his hands, listening to everything that was said. Mary entered. She had put on a hat and she was still beautiful, but I liked her better with her hair loose. From where I was sitting, I could just make out the slight fullness of her breasts, and I recognized the little pout of her lower lip. She seemed very nervous. Right away, she was asked how long she had known me. She said since the time she worked in our office. The judge wanted to know what her relation to me was. She said she was my friend. Oof. Weren't they fiancés at this point? To another question, she answered yes. It was true that she was supposed to marry me. There we go. Flipping through a file, the prosecutor asked her bluntly when our liaison had begun. She indicated the date. The prosecutor remarked indifferently that if he was not mistaken, that was the day after Maman died. Then in a slightly ironic tone, he said that he didn't mean to dwell on such a delicate matter, and that he fully appreciated Mary's misgivings. But, and here his tone grew firmer, that he was duty-bound to go beyond propriety. So he asked Mary to describe briefly that day when I had first known her. Mary didn't want to, but at the prosecutor's insistence, she went over our swim, the movies, and going back to my place. Marisol is making it difficult on what they are. It's... Jesus Christ. It's very... It is out of character, it really is, for him to just go up and shoot the guy. That's the problem. It's like, he could have done so many different things that are out of character, but of all the things he had to do, it was shoot the guy. And it kind of does feel like that Celeste is correct in all this. It was just a form of bad luck. It's like, nobody really knows how he did it, or nobody really knows why he did it. Even he himself doesn't even know why he did it. He just did it. Judge being super unprofessional there, but nobody cares because of this entire trial's point. I don't think the judge is being that unprofessional. The judge was trying to be insistent on telling Celeste to go off. Or to not go off like as in by like, yeah, go off, King Slay. No, like, the judge was trying to tell him to, that's enough. But Celeste was very adamant about it, so the judge was like, fine. And then he just said the same shit again. The judge was like, God damn it. Think you're thinking of the prosecutor. Yeah, you might be thinking of the prosecutor, which the prosecutor isn't exactly... The prosecutor is doing what a prosecutor is supposed to do. He's supposed to find every bit of information to find Mersault guilty. And the judge is supposed to rein the prosecutor back. So, it's not... He's not asking anything wrong yet. It's just eventually the judge is going to be like, now hold up now. She went over her swim, the movies, and going back to my place. The prosecutor said that after Mary had given her statements to the examining magistrate, he had consulted the movie listings for that day. He added that Mary herself would tell the court what film was showing. Yeah, see, that's a weird question. But again, these type of questions are totally fine because, like, I would say this kind of thing probably would screw over the prosecutor. In an almost expressionless voice, she did in fact tell the court that it was a Fernando film. By the time she had finished, there was complete silence in the courtroom. The prosecutor then rose and, very gravely, and with what struck me as real emotion in his voice, his finger pointing at me, said slowly and distinctly, "Gentlemen of the jury, the day after his mother's death, this man was out swimming, starting up a dubious liaison, and going to the movies. A comedy for laughs. I have nothing further to say." He sat down in the still silent courtroom. But all of a sudden, Mary began to sob, saying it wasn't like that. There was more to it. That she was being made to say the opposite of what she was thinking. That she knew me, and I hadn't done anything wrong. But at a signal from the judge, the bailiff ushered her out, and the trial proceeded. I'm actually wondering, well, I mean, it's tough to think about that situation, but like, how long are you supposed to be in mourning? What is the average time that someone is in mourning? Mersault's just built different. Fucking A. Hardly anyone listened after that when Messon testified that I was an honest man, and I'd even say a decent one. Masson is the guy who... Masson is the pimp, right? This really is the chain of others saying how you're supposed to grieve, yeah. It's like... Fucking A, I don't even... Never mind, I'm not gonna think about that, I'm good. Yeah, the Danny DeVito pimp. I forgot I gave him the Danny DeVito voice. God damn it. 10 D4 days of mourning? Wait, hold on. Wait. Are you doing some Dungeons and Dragons shit here? Your mother died. Roll 10 D4s to see how long you mourn for. Bro, are you supposed to... May, if you get a max roll, that's 40 days of mourning. Jesus. You'd be like the kid from Big Hero 6. Mersault rolled 4 natural ones. That's 10 natural ones. It's 10 D4. You're supposed to roll 10 4-sided dice. Literally different people at different times. It's really a personal matter that wouldn't be held against him if he didn't murk a guy. Yeah, you're not wrong there. They really are trying to drive in they're really trying to bring this up because maybe he just doesn't care about life. Which, they're not wrong. He doesn't really care about anything, really. He doesn't really, he's very indifferent to everything. That's just the way he is, and why he shot the man. Fucking A. Mersault sounds more like a coin flip. I mean, Celeste is basically Celeste was the most correct person in this entire trial so far. Hardly anyone listened after that when Messon testified that I was an honest man, and I'd even say a decent one. Hardly anyone listened to Salamano either, when he recalled how I had been good to his dog and when he answered a question about my mother, and me by saying that I had run out of things to say to Maman, and that was why I'd put her in the home. You must understand, Salamano kept saying. You must understand. But no one seemed to understand. He was ushered out. Next came Raymond, who was the last witness. He waved to me and all of a sudden, he blurted out that I was innocent. But the judge advised him that he was being asked not for judgments but for facts. He was instructed to wait for the questions before responding. He directed to state precisely what his relations with the victim were. Raymond took this opportunity to say that he was the one the victim hated ever since he had hit the guy's sister. Nevertheless, the judge asked him whether the victim had also had reason to hate me. Raymond said that my being at the beach was just chance. The prosecutor then asked him how it was that the letter that set the whole drama in motion had been written by me. Raymond responded that it was just chance. The prosecutor retorted that chance already had a lot of misdeeds on its conscience in this case. He wanted to know if it was just by chance that I hadn't intervened when Raymond had beaten up his girlfriend, just by chance that I had acted as a witness to the police station, and again just by chance that my statements on the occasion had proved to be so convenient. Finishing up, he asked Raymond how he made his living, and when Raymond replied, warehouse guard, the prosecutor informed the jury that it was common knowledge that the witness practiced the profession of procurer. I was his friend and accomplice. They had before them the basest of crimes, a crime made worse than sordid by the fact that they were dealing with a monster, a man without morals. Yeah, this is not really a monster. A man without morals is correct, but I wouldn't say a monster. This is going a little far. A man without morals is like just the right spot. Raymond wanted to defend himself and my lawyer objected, but they were instructed that they must let the prosecutor finish. I have little to add, the prosecutor said. Was he your friend? He asked Raymond. Yes, Raymond said. We were pals. Damn it, Danny DeVito. The prosecutor then put the same question to me, and I looked at Raymond, who returned my gaze. I answered, yes. The prosecutor then turned to the jury and declared, the same man who the day after his mother died was indulging in the most shameful debauchery killed a man for the most trivial of reasons and did so in order to settle an affair of unspeakable vice. He then sat down, but my lawyer had lost his patience, and raising his hand so high that his sleeves fell, revealing the creases of a starched shirt, he shouted, Come now, is my client on trial for burying his mother or for killing a man? The spectators laughed, but the prosecutor rose to his feet again, adjusted his robe, and declared that only someone with the naivete of his esteemed colleague could fail to appreciate that between these two sets of facts there existed a profound, fundamental, and tragic relationship. Indeed, he loudly exclaimed, I accuse this man of burying his mother with crime in his heart. This pronouncement seemed to have a strong effect on the people in the courtroom. My lawyer shrugged his shoulders and wiped the sweat from his brow. But he looked shaken himself, and I realized that things weren't going well for me. Now you're realizing that, Marisol? Now you're realizing it? The client is on trial for being different from us. Yeah, it's not more than just being different from us, it's fine to be different, but it's not fine to take another man's life, really. It's fine to be different, but if being different causes you to kill a person, then that's the issue. This trial is to determine if Marisol basically is fit to continue in society despite his weirdness, because they can't be sure he might have another day in the sun or a string of bad luck incidents. Yeah. It's like the word naive. Yeah, I see that it's naive, but I'm wondering if it's naivete or naive. He was acting in self-defense. It's a very, very late self-defense though. That's the problem. Self-defense is when you are protecting yourself during the act. This was like, how long ago was it after he shot him when his friend was stabbed? It's like, I mean, the obvious way to go about it was to call the police. It's that simple. Just call the police, say this jabroni stabbed my friend, and there you go. You guys arrested. It's that simple. Marisol decided to take justice into his own hands, however. I mean, I don't remember. Didn't the Arab like pull a fucking knife out first? Yes, he did. They got into a fist fight, and then he pulled out a knife and stabbed Raymond. So after that, they backed off and they walked away. Raymond went to go get himself bandaged up, and Marisol went back to the house. And Marisol, as he was about to climb up the stairs, decided to 180, walk back towards him, and then shoot him. So that's the main issue, is that if he had shot him during the whole kerfuffle, though, Marisol would be walking away probably, because that would be self-defense. The time lapse that happened between the stabbing and the shooting is what's making it become revenge and just straight up murder. Both of the pronunciations you said are wrong. It's naivete. 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 This fucking, I hate the English language so much. But then he looked, my lawyer shrugged off it. Let's see. I accuse this man of burying his mother with crime in his heart. This pronouncement seemed to have a strong effect on the people in the courtroom. Was he ordered to kill him? He was not. It was literally, he was about to walk up the stairs, and then he just out of nowhere decided to turn around and walk back towards the guy and then shoot him. That's literally what happened. If you are in an outside POV, if you are looking directly at what happened, that's pretty much what it was. Now, in Marisol's perspective, he was saying that it was really hot. The sun was really strong. He felt his head was absolutely burning, and then he walked towards him. But looking at it from an outside perspective, you would be seeing, what's that guy doing? Oh shit, he has a gun. Bang, 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 bang. Ah, he just shot the guy. That's pretty much what would happen if you were looking at this. It's not murder, it's self-defense with a vantage point. It's delayed self-defense. Pretty sure you'll be able to add culture to your bio after all this. Somebody like a month down the road, somebody's gonna ask me, why does the tag culture, why is like the tag cultured in your Twitch profile? And I'm like, you ever read The Stranger? Fucking A, dude. He was heated and hot-blooded, basically. That's really my best guess as to why it happened, is that, well, it's like, can he even be like heated or angry? He gets frustrated, he gets annoyed. He gets lustful, but hot-blooded? Even, again, he didn't say he was angry or anything. He wasn't angry at the man. I feel like he would actually say that he was angry. Like, in this perspective, in the book. We're in his point of view. We're in first-person view of Marisol, so I feel like we would actually hear him say that he was angry at the man. If he really was. Would heat stroke be considered under the influence? Do they even know what heat stroke is back in the day? When was heat stroke, what'd you say, discovered or invented? When was heat stroke discovered? Oh, look at that. Heat stroke was first described by Hippocrates in 400 BC. Its prevention and treatment then described by Avicenna in 1020. Who discovered heat stroke? The pioneering discovery of the heat shock response by the Italian scientist Ferruccio Rotosa reached maturity this year, 2012. It took until 2012 for people to finally realize, drink some fucking water, bro. Really? Man, life was better when heat stroke wasn't invented. It literally is just get some water. Get some water, my guy. This pronouncement seemed to have a strong effect on the people in the courtroom. My lawyer shrugged his shoulders and wiped the sweat from his brow. But he looked shaken himself, and I realized that things weren't going well for me. Ivansi, thank you for becoming a nugget in the Z-Corp. Welcome. The trial was adjourned. As I was leaving the courthouse on my way back to the van, I recognized for a brief moment the smell and color of the summer evening. In the darkness of my mobile prison, I could make out one by one, as if from the depths of my exhaustion, all the familiar sounds of a town I loved, and of a certain time of day when I used to feel happy. The cries of the newspaper vendors, and the already languid air, the last few birds in the square, the shouts of the sandwich sellers, the screech of the streetcars turning sharply through the upper town, and that hum in the sky before night engulfs the port. All this mapped out for me a route I knew so well before going to prison, in which now I traveled blind. Yes, it was the hour when, a long time ago, I was perfectly content. What awaited me back then was always a night of easy, dreamless sleep. And yet something had changed, since it was back to my cell that I went to wait for the next day, as if familiar paths traced in summer skies could lead as easily to prison as to sleep of the innocent. Even in the prisoner's dock, it's always interesting to hear people talk about you. And during the summations by the prosecutor and my lawyer, there was a lot said about me. Maybe more about me than about my crime. But were their two speeches so different after all? My lawyer raised his arms and pleaded guilty, but with an explanation. The prosecutor waved his hands and proclaimed my guilt, but without an explanation. One thing bothered me a little though. Despite everything that was on my mind, I felt like intervening every now and then. But my lawyer kept telling me, just keep quiet. It won't do your case any good. In a way, they seemed to be arguing the case as if it had nothing to do with me. Everything was happening without my participation. My fate was being decided without anyone so much as asking my opinion. There were times when I felt like breaking in on all of them and saying, wait a minute, who's the accused here? Being the accused counts for something, and I have something to say. But on second thought, I didn't have anything to say. Besides, I have to admit that whatever interest you can get people to take in you doesn't last very long. For example, I got bored very quickly with the prosecutor's speech. Only bits and pieces, a gesture or a long but isolated tirade, caught my attention or aroused my interest. The gist of what he was saying, if I understood him correctly, was that my crime was premeditated. At least that is what he tried to show. As he himself said, I will prove it to you, gentlemen, and I will prove it in two ways. First, in the blinding clarity of the facts, and second, in the dim light cast by the mind of this criminal's soul. He reminded the court of my insensitivity, of my ignorance when asked Maman's age, of my swim the next day with a woman, of the Fernando movie, and finally of my taking Mary home with me. It took me a few minutes to understand the last part because he kept saying his mistress, and to me she was Mary. Then he came to the business with Raymond. I thought his way of viewing the events had a certain consistency. What he was saying was plausible. I had agreed with Raymond to write the letter in order to lure his mistress and submit her to mistreatment by a man of doubtful morality. Yeah, I really hate how Marisol did that. Why did he do it? Oh my gosh, he really just didn't care. He really is just a yes man. I had provoked Raymond's adversaries at the beach. Raymond had been wounded. I had asked him to give me his gun. I had gone back alone, intending to use it. I had shot the Arab as I planned. I had waited, and to make sure I had done the job right, I fired 4 more shots, calmly, point blank, thoughtfully as it were. And there you have it, gentlemen, said the prosecutor. I have retraced for you the course of events which led this man to kill with full knowledge of his actions. I stress this point, he said, for this is no ordinary murder, no thoughtless act for which you might find mitigating circumstances. This man, gentlemen, this man is intelligent. You heard him, didn't you? He knows how to answer, he knows the value of words, and no one can say that he acted without realizing what he was doing. I was listening, and I could hear that I was being judged intelligent. But I couldn't quite understand how an ordinary man's good qualities could become crushing accusations against a guilty man. At least that was what struck me, and I stopped listening to the prosecutor until I heard him say, "He has so much as expressed any remorse? Has he so much as expressed any remorse? Never, gentlemen. Not once during the preliminary hearings did this man show emotion over his heinous offense." At that point, he turned in my direction, pointed his finger at me, and went on attacking me without my ever really understanding why. Of course, I couldn't help admitting that he was right. I didn't feel much remorse for what I'd done. But I was surprised by how relentless he was. I would have liked to have tried explaining to him cordially, almost affectionately, that I had never been able to truly feel remorse for anything. My mind was always on what was coming next, today or tomorrow. But naturally, given the position I'd been put in, I couldn't talk to anyone in that way. I didn't have the right to show any feeling or goodwill. And I tried to listen again, because the prosecutor started talking about my soul. He said that he had peered into it, and that he had found nothing, gentlemen of the jury. He said the truth was that I didn't have a soul, and that nothing human, not one of the moral principles that govern men's hearts, was within my reach. Of course, he added, we cannot blame him for this. We cannot complain that he lacks what it was not in his power to acquire. But here in this court, the wholly negative virtue of tolerance must give way to the sterner but loftier virtue of justice, especially when the emptiness of a man's heart becomes, as we find it has in this man, an abyss threatening to swallow up society. It was then that he talked about my attitude towards Maman. He repeated what he had said earlier in the proceedings, but it went on much longer than when he was talking about my crime. So long, in fact, that finally all I was aware of was how hot a morning it was. At least until the prosecutor stopped and after a short silence continued in a very low voice filled with conviction. Tomorrow, gentlemen, this same court is to sit in judgment of the most monstrous of crimes, the murder of a father. According to him, the imagination recoiled before such an odious offense. He went so far as to hope that human justice would what is this? Would met out punishment if unflinchingly. But he wasn't afraid to say it. My callousness inspired in him a horror nearly greater than that which he felt at the crime of parricide. Oh, they're talking about the next court case. That's what's going on. Did he mix up the 2 trials? No, I think he's saying that tomorrow's the next trial, so we got to get this going. I think that's what he's saying, actually. And also, according to him, a man who is morally guilty of killing his mother severs himself from society in the same way as the man who raises a murderous hand against the father who begat him. In any case, the one man paved the way for the deeds of the other, in a sense foreshadowed and even legitimized him. I am convinced, gentlemen, he added, raising his voice, that you will not think it too bold of me if I suggest to you that the man who is seated in the dock is also guilty of the murder to be tried in this court tomorrow. He must be punished accordingly. The prosecutor is using the next trial to get Mersal guilty. That is so silly. That is ridiculous. Here the prosecutor wiped his face, which was glistening with sweat. He concluded by saying that his duty was a painful one, but that he would carry it out resolutely. Bro, this man goofy as hell. He stated that I had no place in a society whose most fundamental rules I ignored, and that I could not appeal to the same human heart whose elementary response I knew nothing of. He does give off a serial killer vibe, I guess. He does. I would admit. Because, like, some serial killers are just very cold to murder. They don't feel anything for murder. Which would be similar to kind of how Mersal is right now. But it's not that he was like seeking out to murder somebody, or he wants to seek out murders. It's just for some reason he decided to shoot a guy. It's not like he wants to go off and murder people. I honestly want to figure out what led up to this moment. What led up to him killing or shooting the guy? Because, like, it just happened. It's a really good way to put it, yeah. It just happened, forehead. Like, did at some point in his brain he realize that him stabbing his friend was kind of messed up, so he should get revenge? Like, do you think the man would have gotten shot if he didn't knife his friend? If he didn't stab him, do you think Mersal would have gone back to shoot him? Because I feel like at some point, maybe Mersal just like processed in his brain that this guy almost killed his friend. But it's like, does he have emotions in him to like recognize him as a good friend or something? A good enough friend to shoot a guy? They don't know that because they never asked. All they know is his mom died and Arab died, and a dock worker apparently died in quick succession when Mersal existed. This is why we have therapy, I guess. This is why we have therapists, so they can go into the mind of somebody like Mersal or something. I ask you, let's see. He stated that I had no place in a society whose most fundamental rules I ignored, and that I could not appeal to the same human heart whose elementary response I knew nothing of. Wouldn't revenge killing still count as first, second degree murder? Yes, I believe so. It's not even a revenge killing though, is it? Is that like law-wise, is that really a revenge killing? Me personally, I don't really see it as a revenge killing because the stabbing didn't kill his friend. He only got wounded. He only got hurt over it. Did he get stabbed in the arm or the stomach? I think he got stabbed in the stomach. Is revenge killing legal? First or second degree murder? Let's see. 3 types of first degree murder. Dear God, it's not giving me like a solid answer, which I guess is no surprise. It's the fucking law. Wasn't his mouth cut open? Yeah, I think he got sliced in the mouth and he also got stabbed in the stomach, I believe. You read Mersalt's point of view already. You know how it is from his perspective as the reader. Yeah, there was just nothing to it though. He just kept complaining about the sun and how hot it was, and then he shot him. So this is the reason why everybody keeps saying that the sun got in his eyes. First degree is premeditated murder. The funny part is that it wasn't even premeditated. The man was just on autopilot. Autopilot turned on and it made him walk towards the guy. Autopilot turned on and he shot the man. We were in his perspective the entire time. His brain did not say anything about killing him, about killing the guy or shooting him. All his brain was processing that it's hot. This is like the weirdest case of manslaughter, if I'm using that term correctly. Is it manslaughter? I think is manslaughter. The crime of killing a human being without malice aforethought or otherwise in circumstances not amounting to murder. Yeah, I guess that is it then, yeah. When I think of manslaughter, I always think of like car crashes and stuff, which yeah, manslaughter is always pretty much car crashes for the most part. Unless somebody's actually trying to kill somebody with a car. Blame the sun, I guess. Can you really blame? In a court trial, when you're trying to find somebody guilty or not, you can't just blame an inanimate object like the sun. He stated that I had no place in a society whose most fundamental rules I ignored and that I could not appeal to the same human heart whose elementary response I knew nothing of. I ask you for this man's head, he said, and I do so with the heart at ease. For if in the course of what has been a long career I have had occasion to call for the death penalty, never as strongly as today have I felt this painful duty made easier, lighter, clearer by the certain knowledge of a sacred imperative and by the horror I feel when I look into a man's face and all I see is a monster. When the prosecutor returned to his seat, there was a rather long silence. My head was spinning with heat and astonishment. The presiding judge cleared his throat and in a very low voice asked me if I had anything to add. I stood up and said since I did wish to speak, I said, almost at random in fact, that I never intended to kill the Arab. That... Oh my god. I never would have thought that a simple sentence like this would... The neurons are activating. I never intended to kill the Arab. We're finally getting something from him. Because, like, he... What? The judge replied by saying that at least that was an assertion, that until then he hadn't quite grasped the nature of my defense, and that before hearing from my lawyer he would be happy to have me state precisely the motives for my act. Fumbling a little with my words and realizing how ridiculous I sounded. Oh no, oh, I blurted out that it was because of the sun. Oh, ah, oh, woo. Fuck, dude, are you serious? Oh, Versold, why? People laughed. My lawyer threw up his hands, and immediately after that he was given the floor. But he stated that it was late and that he would need several hours. He requested that the trial be reconvened in the afternoon. The court granted his motion. Is it really the sun? It's a really stupid sentence to say. But it's not entirely wrong though. Because the entire time he was saying that it was very hot and the sun was like very strong at the time. And that is what all he was thinking about. So in his brain, he could say it is in fact was the sun. Cause to him, while he was busy shooting a guy, he was thinking about how hot it was and the sun. It's the one thing on his mind at that moment, yeah. That afternoon, the big fans were still churning the thick air in the courtroom, and the jurors' brightly colored fans were all moving in unison. It seemed to me as if my lawyer's summation would never end. At one point, though, I listened. because he was saying, "It is true I killed a man." He went on like that, saying "I" whenever he was speaking about me. I was completely taken aback. I leaned over to one of the guards and asked him why he was doing that. He told me to keep quiet, and a few seconds later he added, "All lawyers do it." Fuck. Marcel just leaned over to the guard and's like, "What's he cooking?" They're just like that, let him cook. Fucking A, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh, modern renditions of classic literature would be fucking hilarious. They would be an absolute blight onto what is classic literature, but it would be funny as hell. The guard really was like, "Shut up, let him cook." Oh my god. He told me to keep quiet, and a few seconds later he added, all lawyers do it." I thought it was a way to exclude me even further from the case, reduce me to nothing, and, in a sense, substitute himself for me. But I think I was already very far removed from that courtroom. Wasn't there a Gen Z rewrite of the Bible? No way. No way. Gen Z Bible. Bible verses optimized to appeal to Gen Z. Oh my god. I feel like I should read this at some point. Okay. We'll read this another time. I need to save this. Okay. I read one fucking line, and God was like, "It's lit, fam." And it was lit, fam. Yeah, we need a what I should do is I should like have this as a redeem. I should have this as a redeem where it'll be like read the Bible. That'll be the redeem, and I just bring this up real fast and I read one of these verses. I think I just suffered an in real life mind whip say. Oh my gosh. I feel so sorry for anybody who wants to watch this VOD of me reading The Stranger, and there are just these stupid moments like these showing up. Like they want a legitimate reading of The Stranger, and we're just like, "Bro, it's lit. Let him cook." You found the infinite food glitch? Wait, I have to like read more of this. This is amazing. Oh, it has like the original verse and then the translation of it. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God was like, "It's lit, fam," and it was lit, fam. Oh my god, okay. But I think I was already very far removed from that courtroom. Besides, my lawyer seemed ridiculous to me. He rushed through a plea of provocation, and then he too talked about my soul. But to me, he seemed to be a lot less talented than the prosecutor. "I too," he said, "have peered into this man's soul. But unlike the esteemed representative of the government prosecutor's office, I did see something there, and I can assure you that I read it like an open book." What he read was that I was an honest man, a steadily employed, tireless worker, loyal to the firm that employed him, well-liked, and sympathetic to the misfortunes of others. That's not wrong. To him, I was a model son who had supported his mother as long as he could. It's not wrong either. In the end, I had hoped that a home for the aged would give the old woman the comfort that with my limited means I could not provide for her. "Gentlemen," he added, "I am amazed that so much has been made of this home. For after all, if it were necessary to prove the usefulness and importance of such institutions, all one would have to say is that it is the state itself which subsidizes them. The only thing is, he didn't say anything about the funeral, and I thought that that was a glaring omission in his summation. But all the long speeches, all the interminable days and hours that people had spent talking about my soul had left me with the impression of a colorless swirling river that was making me dizzy. I mean, the defense wasn't wrong here. In the end, all I remember is that while my lawyer went on talking, I could hear through the expansive chambers and courtrooms an ice cream vendor blowing his tin trumpet out in the street. I was assailed by memories of a life that wasn't mine anymore, but one in which I'd found the simplest and most lasting joys. The smells of summer, the part of town I loved, a certain evening sky, Mary's dresses, and the way she laughed. The utter pointlessness of whatever I was doing there seized me by the throat, and all I wanted was to get it over with and get back to my cell and sleep. I barely even heard when my lawyer, wrapping up, exclaimed that the jury surely would not send an honest, hard-working man to his death because he had lost control of himself for one moment. Then he asked them to find extenuating circumstances for a crime for which I was already suffering the most agonizing of punishments, eternal remorse. Court was adjourned, and my lawyer sat back down. It sucks. I kind of agree that this is pretty much what happened. Honest, hardworking man to his death because he had lost control of himself for one moment. Because we were in his brain the entire time that it happened. And it really does seem like Mersault has a good grasp of himself. He has a good grasp of himself pretty well. He does what he wants to do. But that one moment, he didn't say anything about the gun, he didn't say anything about walking back towards him, he didn't say anything about that. He was just talking about how much the sun sucks and how hot it was. Court was adjourned and my lawyer sat back down. He looked exhausted, but his colleagues came over to shake his hand. I heard, "That was brilliant." One of them even appealed to me as a witness. "Wasn't it?" he said. I agreed, but my congratulations weren't sincere because I was too tired. Meanwhile, the sun was getting low outside and it wasn't as hot anymore. From what street noises I could hear, I sensed the sweetness of evening coming on. There we all were, waiting. And what we were all waiting for really concerned only me. I wonder if the Arab is going to be a guy with prosthetics from when he was Cromer's cronies. I'm actually wondering what was Mersault's life before he became one of the sinners. Because if this really was the case, if it really is supposed to be like, it's not one-to-one to the books, mind you, of course it isn't, judging by Gregor's story and all, they would have had to found him in prison pretty much for killing somebody. Who will be Mersault's personal opponent, Mary the prosecutor, Raymond, or one of the Arabs? Society. That's pretty much what happened to Gregor. In Limbus Company, society was his family. We were taught. Wait, Shadow Note, was it you I was talking this about? Was it you? I think it was you, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Shadow Note I was talking to this about. Yeah. We were trying to figure out what was, basically in Gregor's story, the Metamorphosis. It's essentially about a guy who suddenly has a serious, I don't know like the full story about it. I don't know the exact details. It's pretty much he something happens to him to the point where he has to be dependent on his family. And when that happens, his family starts hating him for it. So it's pretty much the same way that how society, like the city, started hating Gregor once he turned his back towards being the poster boy. He was the poster boy of G Corp. So when he turned his back on G Corp, everybody started hating him for it. It's pretty much so, like, essentially G Corp was his family in the book. He realized he stopped giving a crap about his life and his job. In the metamorphosis, I thought like something happened to him. Well, we'll find out. I think Metamorphosis is probably going to be the next thing I read. If not, I think I'm reading Ryoshu's next, because Ryoshu is supposed to be really short. Let's see. Meanwhile, the sun was getting low outside and it wasn't as hot anymore. From what street noises I could hear, I sensed the sweetness of evening coming on. There we all were, waiting. And what we were all waiting for really concerned only me. I looked around the room again. Everything was the same as it had been the first day. My eyes met those of the little robot woman and the reporter in the gray jacket. Wait, oh my god, I just remembered who the little robot woman is. It's the lady who sat next to him at Celeste. Who sat with him. Yo! Pulse, thank you for becoming a tier 2 Giganega for 22 months! Wuthering Heights is also pretty good. How long is it? I'm looking for like the shorter stories. Like this one is like, I think just perfect because it's 2 streams long, I would say. Prepare, it's quite fucked up even more than The Stranger. Oh, Wuthering Heights, I heard it's pretty messed up. I think I kind of know what happens in that one, unfortunately. It's like, it's hard to not get spoiled by these books when you are dealing with Limbus Company. That reminded me that I hadn't tried to catch Mary's eyes once during the whole trial. I hadn't forgotten about her. I just had too much to do. I saw her sitting between Celeste and Raymond. She made a little gesture as if to say, at last. There was a worried little smile on her face, but my heart felt nothing, and I couldn't even return her smile. The judges came back in. Very quickly, a series of questions was read to the jury. I heard guilty of murder, premeditated, extenuating circumstances. The jurors filed out, and I was taken to the little room where I had waited before. My lawyer joined me. He was very talkative and spoke to me more confidently and cordially than he ever had before. He thought that everything would go well and that I would get off with a few years in prison or at hard labor. Damn. I asked him whether he thought there was any chance of overturning the verdict if it was unfavorable. He said no. His tactic had been not to file any motions so as not to antagonize the jury. He explained to me that verdicts weren't set aside just like that, for nothing. That seemed obvious and I accepted his logic. Looking at it objectively, it made perfect sense. Otherwise, there would be too much pointless paperwork. Anyways, he said, we can always appeal, but I'm convinced that the outcome will be favorable. We waited a long time, almost 3/4 of an hour, I think. Then a bell rang. My lawyer left me, saying, the foreman of the jury is going to announce the verdict. You'll only be brought in for the passing of sentence. Doors slammed. People were running on stairs somewhere, but I couldn't tell if they were nearby or far away. Then I heard a muffled voice reading something in the courtroom. When the bell rang again, when the door to the dock opened, what rose to meet me was the silence in the courtroom. Silence and the strange feeling I had when I noticed that the young reporter had turned his eyes away. I didn't look in Mary's direction. I didn't have time to, because the presiding judge told me in bizarre language that I was to have my head cut off in public square in the name of the French people. Huh. Then it seemed to me that I suddenly knew what was on everybody's face. It was a look of consideration, I'm sure. The policemen were very gentle with me. The lawyer put his hand on my wrist. I wasn't thinking about anything anymore. But the presiding judge asked me if I had anything to say. I thought about it. I said no. That's when they took me away. That's serious. No. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, I had a heart attack. Holy shit. Oh my god. I thought that's how it ended. I was like, there's no way it ends with just that. That's so blank. I was like, there's like 20 pages left. What do you mean? We're at 107. It says it's a total of 137. Oh my god. Is this actually how it ends though? Bro's just gonna get the chop? For the third time, I refuse to see the chaplain. I don't have anything to say to him. I don't feel like talking, and I'll be seeing him soon enough as it is. All I care about right now is escaping the machinery of justice. Seeing if there's any way out of the inevitable. They've put me in a different cell. From this one, when I'm stretched out on my bunk, I see the sky and that's all I see. I spend my days watching how the dwindling of colors turns day into night. Lying here, I put my hands behind my head and wait. I can't count the times I've wondered if there have ever been any instances of condemned men escaping the relentless machinery, disappearing before the execution, or breaking through the cordon of police. Then I blame myself every time for not having paid enough attention to accounts of executions. A man should always take an interest in those things. You never know what might happen. I'd read stories in the papers like everybody else, but there must have been books devoted to the subject that I'd never been curious enough to look into. Maybe I would have found some accounts of escapes in them. I might have discovered that in at least one instance the wheel had stopped, that in spite of all the unrelenting calculations, chance and luck had, at least once, changed something. Just once. In a way, I think that would have been enough. My heart would have taken over from there. The papers were always talking about the debt owed to society. According to them, it had to be paid, but that doesn't speak to the imagination. Ocean One, thank you for becoming a nugget of the Z-Corp, welcome. What really counted was the possibility of escape, a leap to freedom, out of the implacable ritual, a wild run for it that would give whatever chance for hope there was. Of course, hope meant being cut down on some street corner as you ran like mad by a random bullet. But when I really thought it through, nothing was going to allow me such a luxury. Everything was against it. I would just be caught up in the machinery again. Implaceable? Mate, to me, C's are just K. The neurons in Mersault's brains are finally firing because he's under threat. Yeah. Despite my willingness to understand, I just couldn't accept such arrogant certainty. Because, after all, there really was something ridiculously out of proportion between the verdicts such certainty was based on and the imperturbable march of events from the moment the verdict was announced. Zay's dyslexia is cute. My brother in Christ, if you do not see a word, if you see a word for the, like, I mean, I've seen implaceable before, but it's like I'm trying to speed read and also, where the fuck did that word go anyways? I lost it. It's like C's are normally supposed to be K until like there's an E. There's no E there obviously because it's implaceable. They got rid of the E. Implacable. It's not going to be spelled like that. That's weird. This is the beauty of the English language, guys. Where were we? The fact that the sentence had been read at 8 o'clock at night and not at 5 o'clock. The fact that it could have been an entirely different one. The fact that it had been decided by men who changed their underwear. The fact that it had been handed down in the name of some vague notion called the French, or German, or Chinese people. All of it seemed to detract from the seriousness of the decision. I was forced to admit, however, that from the moment it had been passed, its consequences became as real and as serious as the wall against which I had pressed the length of my body. At times like this, I remembered a story Maman used to tell me about my father. I never knew him. Maybe the only thing I did know about the man was the story Maman would tell me back then. He'd gone to watch a murderer be executed. Just the thought of going had made him sick to his stomach. But he went anyways, and when he came back, he spent half the morning throwing up. I remember feeling a little disgusted by him at the time, But now I understood. It was perfectly normal. How had I not seen that there was nothing more important than an execution, and that when you come right down to it, it was the only thing a man could truly be interested in? If I ever got out of this prison, I would go and watch every execution there was, but I think it was a mistake even to consider the possibility. Because at the thought that one fine morning I would find myself a free man standing behind a cordon of police, on the outside, as it were, at the thought of being the spectator who comes to watch and then can go and throw up afterwards, a wave of poisoned joy rose in my throat. But I wasn't being reasonable. It was a mistake to let myself get carried away by such imaginings, because the next minute I would get so cold that I would curl up into a ball under my blanket and my teeth would be chattering and I couldn't make them stop. But naturally, you can't always be reasonable. At other times, for instance, I would make up new laws. I would reform the penal code. I'd realize that the most important thing was to give the condemned man a chance. Even 1 in 1,000 was good enough to set things right. So it seemed to me that you could come up with a mixture of chemicals that if ingested by the patient, that's the word I'd use, patient, would kill him 9 times out of 10. But he would know this. That would be the one condition. For by giving it some hard thoughts, by considering the whole thing calmly, I could see that the trouble with the guillotine was that you had no chance at all. Absolutely none. So, Damn. He's coping. He's saying that when somebody is guilty and they're to be executed, they will have a 1 in 10 chance to actually not be executed. Gotcha rolls for the death penalty. Gotta get that 3-star rating, baby. The fact was that it had been decided once and for all that the patient was to die. It was an open and shut case, a fixed arrangement, a tacit agreement that there was no question of going back on. If by some extraordinary chance the blade failed, they would just start over. So the thing that bothered me most was that the condemned man had to hope the machine would work the first time. And I say that's wrong. And in a way I was right. But in another way I was forced to admit that that was the whole secret of good organization. In other words, the condemned man was forced into a kind of moral collaboration. It was in his interests that everything go off without a hitch. I was also made to see that until that moment I'd had mistaken ideas about these things. For a long time I believed, and I don't know why, that to get to the guillotine you had to climb stairs onto a scaffold. I think it was because of the French Revolution. I mean, because of everything I'd been taught or shown about it. But one morning I remembered seeing a photograph that appeared in the papers at the time, of a much talk about execution. In reality, the machine was set up right on the ground, as simple as you please. It was much narrower than I thought. It was funny I'd never noticed that before. I'd been struck by this picture because the guillotine looked like such a precision instrument, perfect and gleaming. You always get exaggerated notions of things you don't know anything about. I was made to see that, contrary to what I thought, everything was very simple. The guillotine is on the same level as the man approaching it. He walks up to it the same way you walk up to another person. That bothered me too. Mounting the scaffold, going right up into the sky, was something the imagination could hold on to. Whereas, once again, the machine destroyed everything. You were killed discreetly, with a little shame and with great precision. This is probably the same thought process Marisol and Limbus had with N Corp. Music is really setting just the right mood. This is like the only good playlist I could find of Nier Automata music, damn it. There were 2 other things I was always thinking about. The dawn and my appeal. I would reason with myself though, and try not to think about them anymore. I would stretch out, look at the sky, and force myself to find something interesting about it. It would turn green. That was evening. I would make another effort to divert my thoughts. I would listen to my heartbeat. I couldn't imagine that the sound which had been with me for so long could ever stop. I've never really had much of an imagination, but still, I would try to picture the exact moment when the beating of my heart would no longer be going on inside my head. But it was no use. The dawn, or my appeal, would still be there. I would end up telling myself that the most rational thing was not to hold myself back. They always came at dawn, I knew that, and so I spent my nights waiting for that dawn. I've never liked being surprised. If something is going to happen to me, I want to be there. That's why I ended up sleeping only a little bit during the day and then, all night long, waited patiently for the first light to show on the pane of sky. The hardest time was that uncertain hour when I knew they usually set to work. After midnight, I would wait and watch. My ears had never heard so many noises or picked up such small sounds. One thing I can say, though, is that in a certain way I was lucky that whole time, since I never heard footsteps. Mon used to say that you can always find something to be happy about. In my prison, when the sky turned red and a new day slipped into my cell, I found out that she was right. Because I might just as easily have heard footsteps and my heart could have burst. Even though I would rush to the door at the slightest shuffle, even though, with my ear pressed to the wood, I would wait frantically until I heard the sound of my own breathing. Terrified to find it so hoarse, like a dog's panting. My heart would not burst after all, and I would have gained another 24 hours. All day long there was the thought of my appeal. I think I got everything out of it that I could. I would assess my holdings and get the maximum return on my thoughts. I would always begin by assuming the worst. My appeal was denied. Well, so I'm going to die. Sooner than other people will, obviously, but everybody knows life isn't worth living. Deep down, I knew perfectly well that it doesn't much matter whether you die at 30 or at 70, since in either case, other men and women will naturally go on living, and for thousands of years. In fact, nothing could be clearer. Whether it was now or 20 years from now, I would still be the one dying. At that point, what would disturb my train of thought was the terrifying leap I would feel my heart take at the idea of having 20 more years of life ahead of me. But I simply had to stifle it by imagining what I'd be thinking in 20 years when it would all come down to the same thing anyways. Since we're all going to die, it's obvious that when and how don't matter. Therefore, and the difficult thing was not to lose sight of all the reasoning that went into this therefore, I had to accept the rejection of my appeal. Then and only then would I have the right, so to speak. Would I give myself permission, as it were, to consider the alternative hypothesis. I was pardoned. The trouble was that I would somehow have to cool the hot blood that would suddenly surge through my body and sting my eyes with a delirious joy. It would take all my strength to quiet my heart, to be rational. There it is. There's the Limbus poster line. Wasn't it a fan-made line? Which one? Project Moon stopped doing them with these sayings due to translator copyright or something? I really like those posters. Somebody still made fan-made ones. Which one? These stories are bleak. Since we're all going to die line is the one the fan one has. These stories are bleak. I mean, it's Project Moon. This actually reminds me of another story I read called Racing in the Rain. I feel like that would be absolutely fucked up if that had the same ending as this. 'Twas the style at the time. Yes, depression. Racing in the Rain is pretty much you are in the perspective of this dude's dog. It is in the perspective of this dog that this guy has, and he's a professional racer. Well, he's not a professional racer at the start, and he goes to trial for statutory He goes to trial for statutory rape. And
Zet, can I be your dog?
entire time that this is happening, no, you cannot be my dog. Cut it out. I already have Cagney, okay? Cagney's a very loving dog, and she's gonna... Dear God, she's over 15 years old. I don't know. Fuck, I don't want to think about that. But yeah. And the entire time that he is in trial for this, he is just like... his entire life is crashing down on him. On the plus side, it ends out being a good ending, or it ends up being good for him, but not so much for you, the dog. I'm just gonna say that for the ending of Racing in the Rain. I would highly recommend the book. I think it's a really good book. How many pages was that actually? Racing in the Rain. How long is Racing in the Rain? 2 hours, 30 minutes? Wait, is this a movie? Somebody make a movie of this? What? Oh, here's the cover it had and everything. What the dog doing? They actually made a movie of this. Wow. Did they really? Yeah, this is the book right here. Oh, it's so tiny. The Art of Racing in the Rain. 2.5 hours is also in the upper runtimes for movies. Yeah, seriously. I was like, what the? How long is the book, Racing in the Rain? It's 321 pages apparently, so it's pretty much double this. It would take like 4 streams for me to do this for Racing in the Rain, which I'm not gonna read, mind you. But yeah, I think Racing in the Rain was a pretty good book. Let's see. Then and only then would I have the right to, so to speak, would I give myself permission, as it were, to consider the alternative hypothesis. I was pardoned. The trouble was that I would somehow have to cool the hot blood that would suddenly surge through my body and sting in my eyes with a delirious joy. It would take all my strength to quiet my heart, to be rational, in order to make my resignation to the first hypothesis more plausible. I had to be level-headed about this one as well. If I succeeded, I gained an hour of calm. That was something anyway. It was at one such moment that I once again refused to see the chaplain. I was lying down, and I could tell from the golden glow in the sky that evening was coming on. I had just denied my appeal, and I could feel the steady pulse of my blood circulating inside of me. What? I had just denied my appeal? Huh? I didn't need to see the chaplain. For the first time in a long time, I thought about Mary. Did he actually? Did he actually just say no to the chat? What? The days had been long since she stopped writing. That evening I thought about it and told myself that maybe she had gotten tired of being the girlfriend of a condemned man. It also occurred to me that maybe she was sick or dead. These things happen. How was I to know, since apart from our two bodies, now separated, there wasn't anything to keep us together or even to remind us of each other? Anyways, after that, remembering Mary meant nothing to me. I wasn't interested in her dead. That seemed perfectly normal to me, since I understood very well that people would forget me when I was dead. They wouldn't have anything more to do with me. I wasn't even able to tell myself that it was hard to think those things. I was at that exact moment that the chaplain came in. When I saw him, I felt a little shudder go through me. He noticed it and told me not to be afraid. I told him that it wasn't his usual time. He replied that it was just a friendly visit and had nothing to do with my appeal, which he knew nothing about. He sat down on my bunk and invited me to sit next to him. I refused. All the same, there was something very gentle about him. He sat there for a few seconds, leaning forward, with his elbows on his knees, looking at his hands. They were slender and sinewy, and they reminded me of two nimble animals. He slowly rubbed one against the other. Then he sat there, leaning forward like that, for so long that for an instant I seemed to forget he was there. But suddenly he raised his head and looked straight at me. "Why have you refused to see me?" he asked. I said that I didn't believe in God. He wanted to know if I was sure, and I said that I didn't see any reason to ask myself that question. It seemed unimportant. He then leaned back against the wall, hands flat on his thighs, as if it wasn't me he was talking to. He remarked that sometimes we think we're sure when in fact we're not. I didn't say anything. He looked at me and asked, "What do you think?" I said it was possible. In any case, I may not have been sure about what really did interest me, but I was absolutely sure about what didn't. And it just so happened that what he was thinking about didn't interest me. He looked away and without moving asked me if I wasn't talking that way out of extreme despair. I explained to him that I wasn't desperate. I was just afraid, which was only natural. "Then God can help you," he said. "Every man I have known in your position has turned to him." I acknowledged that that was their right. It also meant that they must have had the time for it. As for me, I didn't want anybody's help, and I just didn't have the time to interest myself in what didn't interest me. At that point, he threw up his hands in annoyance, but then sat forward and smoothed out the folds of his cassock. Cassock? Whatever. When he had finished, he started in again, addressing me as my friend. If he was talking to me this way, it wasn't because I was condemned to die. The way he saw it, we were all condemned to die. But I interrupted him by saying that it wasn't the same thing, and that besides, it wouldn't be a consolation anyways. "Certainly," he agreed. "But if you don't die today, you'll die tomorrow, or the next day. And then the same question will arise. How will you face that terrifying ordeal?" I said I would face it exactly as I was facing it now. At that, he stood up and looked me straight in the eye. It was a game I knew well. I played it a lot with Emmanuel and Celeste, and usually they were the ones who looked away. The chaplain knew the game well too, I could tell right away. His gaze never faltered, and his voice didn't falter either. When he said, "Have you no hope at all? And do you really live with the thought that when you die and nothing remains?" "Yes," I said. Then he lowered his head and sat back down. He told me that he pitied me. He thought it was more than a man could bear. I didn't feel anything except that he was beginning to annoy me. Then I turned away and went and stood under the skylight. I leaned my shoulder against the wall. Without really following what he was saying, I heard him start asking me questions again. He was talking in an agitated, urgent voice. I could see that he was genuinely upset, so I listened more closely. He was expressing his certainty that my appeal would be granted, but I was carrying the burden of a sin from which I had to free myself. My neurons activated when I heard that. He was expressing his certainty that my appeal would be granted. So I was like, yay, he's gonna be free! No, it's a book that Project Moon made a character off of. There's no happy ending, is there? According to him, human justice was nothing and divine justice was everything. I pointed out that it was the former that had condemned me. His response was that it hadn't washed away my sin for all that. I told him I didn't know what a sin was. All they had told me was that I was guilty. I was guilty, I was paying for it, and nothing more could be asked of me. At that point, he stood up again, and the thought occurred to me that in such a narrow cell, if he wanted to move around, he didn't have many options. He could either sit down or stand up. I wonder what sort of sin Marisol did in Limbus to be so condemned. Killed a man, probably. Like, Liz, we know that death is a very typical thing in the city and all, but still, killing an innocent person would probably put you on the bad side of the law. But everybody in the city kills people, yes, and typically they also get sent to prison if caught. Maybe he killed someone important. That's the only thing I could think of too, but again, I really doubt that you just go off scot-free by killing an innocent person in the city. Now, mind you, it happens very often in the city probably, that odds are you can get away with it a lot easier than, like, I would say in today's world. Pretty sure there's no law in the city, only taboos that you get deleted if you break. I'm almost positive there's laws in the city, it's just hard to enforce them because of how shit it is. There's no way Marisol also broke a taboo either, because a taboo is like the head comes for you. I'm surprised prisons exist in Project Moon's universe. They probably do. I wonder how that Arab must be important as Project Moon might have it. Yeah, it's like, he probably killed somebody. So who is the person he shot? Well, he probably didn't shoot him, and maybe he did shoot him in the city in the Project Moon universe. Who did he shoot, and who is going to judge him for that? There's also city taboos and nest taboos. I think the city taboos in Limbus or in the city are just the entirety of the nest taboos, because the Red Gaze in his office in Leviathan, he has a bookshelf with, it's an encyclopedia of every single wing's taboos. The Arab was Iori's son. Oh my god. That would be awful. The Arab was Pierre. Pierre? Like the cannibal? Now we know what happened to Pierre. I was staring at the ground. He took a step towards me and stopped, as if he didn't dare come any closer. He looked at the sky through the bars. "You're wrong, my son," he said. "More could be asked of you, and it may be asked." "And what's that?" "You could be asked to see." "See what?" The priest gazed around my cell and answered in a voice that sounded very weary to me. "Every stone here sweats with suffering. I know that. I've never looked at them without a feeling of anguish. But deep in my heart, I know that the most wretched among you have seen a divine face emerge from their darkness. That is the face you are asked to see." This perked me up a little. I said I had been looking at the stones in these walls for months. There wasn't anything or anyone in the world I knew better. Maybe at one time, way back, I had searched for a face in them. But the face I was looking for was as bright as the sun and the flame of desire, and it belonged to Mary. I had searched for it in vain. Now it was all over, and in any case, I'd never seen anything emerge from my sweating stones. The priest is getting real pushing. Yeah, when people are very desperate for you to acknowledge their religion, they do act like that, I would say. I think it's more about who did Mersalt would have rubbed the wrong way through his theoretical killing. I mean, look at Rodiah's case. How long is Rodiah's book? Crime and Punishment? I think it's Crime and Punishment, right? Like, so far, I don't know how like literal or one-to-one the translation is of the other stories we've seen so far. Like Gregor's Metamorphoses, I kind of got a gist of that even though I haven't read Metamorphoses, and it's not really a one-to-one translation into Limbus Company. Rodiah's, I'm assuming it's all about revolution, communist revolution and all that jazz. Sinclair's is apparently about him being in love with like an angel or some weird shit. I don't know. So I guess we'll just find out once we get around to those. I'll read Metamorphoses most likely next, so I can see really just how one-to-one translation it is to chapter 1. The chaplain looked at me with a kind of sadness. I now had my back flat against the wall, and light was streaming over my forehead. He muttered a few words I didn't catch and abruptly asked if he could embrace me. "No," I said. He turned and walked over to the wall and slowly ran his hand over it. "Do you really love this earth as much as all that?" he murmured. I didn't answer. He stood there with his back to me for quite a long time. His presence was grating and oppressive. I was just about to tell him to go, to leave me alone, when all of a sudden, turning towards me, he burst out, "No, I refuse to believe you. I know that at one time or another you've wished for another life." I said of course I had. but it didn't mean any more than wishing to be rich, to be able to swim faster, or to have a more nicely shaped mouth. It was all the same. But he stopped me and wanted to know how I pictured this other life. Then I shouted at him, "The fuck is this?" Then I shouted at him, one where I could remember this life. And that's when I told him I'd had enough. He wanted to talk to me about God again, but I went up to him and made one last attempt to explain to him that I had only a little time left and I didn't want to waste it on God. He tried to change the subject by asking me why I was calling him Monsieur and not Father. That got me mad, and I told him he wasn't my father. He wasn't even on my side. "Yes, my son," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "I am on your side, but you have no way of knowing it because your heart is blind. I shall pray for you." Jelly Bunny, how you doing? Welcome. Then, I don't know why, but something inside me snapped. I started yelling at the top of my lungs, and I insulted him and told him not to waste his prayers on me. Uh-oh. I grabbed him by the collar of his cassock. I was pouring out on him everything that was in my heart, cries of anger and cries of joy. He's finally snapping. Marisol actually snapped. Yo, there's no way we're gonna see this moment. There's no way we're gonna see this happen. He seemed so certain about everything, didn't he? That might be what the priest wanted. It was either the priest basically had the options of either this guy trap him to do something like this or have him converted. He's fucking corroding. He seemed so certain about everything, didn't he? And yet none of his certainties was worth one hair of a woman's head. He wasn't even sure he was alive because he was living like a dead man, whereas it looked as if I was the one who'd come up empty-handed. But I was sure about me, about everything, surer than he could ever be, sure of my life and sure of the death I had waiting for me. Yes, that was all I had, but at least I had as much of a hold on it as if it had on me. This would be the moment I want to see if it happens in Limbus. You know, the crazy part is that we will know if this happens or not. Like, as of right now, this isn't happening. This is not going to happen. Because the assets for Mare Salt only has 4 faces. And they're all pretty much the same, so. But if we get near Mare Salt's chapter and suddenly there's an update and we see some new faces on Mare Salt's assets, oh, it's gonna be good. Did N-Corp take Mare Salt's memories? That would suck. I can kind of see that. No one said it had to be a scene that's based off those. It could also be just CG. It could be a CG art. It could be a CG scene. Remember Mare Salt's teaser video for pre-release GGO and all that? I'd have to look at it again. I wasn't even sure he was alive because he was living like a dead man, whereas it looked as if I was the one who'd come up empty-handed, but I was sure about me, about everything, surer than he could ever be, sure of my life, and sure of the death I had waiting for me. Yes, that was all I had, but at least I had as much of a hold on it as it had on me. I had been right. I was still right. I was always right. I have lived my life one way, and I could just as well have lived it another. I had done this, and I hadn't done that. I hadn't done this thing, but I had done another. And so, it was as if I had waited all this time for this moment, and for the first light of this dawn, to be vindicated. Nothing mattered, and I knew why. So did he. Throughout the whole absurd life I'd lived, a dark wind had been rising towards me from somewhere deep in my future, across years that were still to come. And as it passed, this wind leveled whatever was offered to me at the time, in years no more real than the ones I was living. What did other people's deaths or a mother's love matter to me? What did his God or the lives people choose or the fate they think they elect matter to me? When we're all elected by the same fate, me and billions of privileged people like him, who also called themselves my brothers. Couldn't he see? Couldn't he see that? Everybody was privileged. There were only privileged people. The others would all be condemned one day, and he would be condemned too. What would it matter if he were accused of murder and then executed because he didn't cry at his mother's funeral? Salamano's dog was worth just as much as his wife. The little robot woman was just as guilty as the Parisian woman my son married, or as Mary, who had wanted me to marry her. What did it matter that Raymond was as much my friend as Celeste, who was worth a lot more than him? What did it matter that Mary now offered her lips to a new Mersault? Couldn't this condemned man see, and that from somewhere deep in my future? All the shouting had me gasping for air, but they were already tearing the chaplain from my grip, and the guards were threatening me. He calmed them, though, and looked at me for a moment without saying anything. His eyes were full of tears. Then he turned and disappeared. With him gone, I was able to calm down again. I was exhausted and threw myself on my bunk. I must have fallen asleep, because I woke up with the stars in my face. Sounds of the countryside were drifting in. Smells of night, earth, and salt air were cooling my temples. The wondrous peace of that sleeping summer flowed through me like a tide. Then, in the dark hour before dawn, sirens blasted. They were announcing departures for a world that now and forever meant nothing to me. For the first time in a long time, I thought about Maman. I felt as if I understood why at the end of her life she had taken a fiancé, why she had played at beginning again. Even there, in that home where lives were fading out, evening was a kind of wistful respite. So close to death, Maman must have felt free then, and ready to live it all again. Nobody had the right to cry over her, and I felt ready to live it all again too. As if that blind rage had washed me clean, rid me of hope. For the first time, and that night, alive with signs and stars, I opened myself to the gentle indifference of the world, finding it so much like myself, so like a brother, really. I felt that I had been happy, and that I was happy again. For everything to be consummated, for me to feel less alone, I had only to wish that there be a large crowd of spectators the day of my execution, and that they greet me with cries of hate. Is that it? Oh my god, dude. So he does get executed in the end, right? May or may not sound like grade A copium. But the chaplain himself said that he would get pardoned. Not pardoned, but it would be appeal. He would get his appeal. Yeah. Oh my god. Congrats on beating the book. Beating the book? If I'm being honest, I didn't really understand half of what he was saying, but I could completely feel it. The last bit, it just seems like for the most part, he was just accepting it. But it seems like he wanted people to actually acknowledge that he existed in the end. Airassault promo video again? A whole new meaning. God damn.
메르소,
Oh my god.
그렇게 불러주겠습니까?
No captions. There we go.
관리자님.
Oh, you guys can't see the captions. Hold on. They're too low. Wait, oh god, this is zoomed in also. And it's darkened. This is the wrong window for this, I think. The zooms, yeah. Hold on, let me fix that. Bro, this image is cursed. Oh my god, hold on, yeah. Give me a second. Let me find the right window for this. And I also need to close this window now. Sleep paralysis result. What a happy little accident we're having right now. Hold on. Where the hell? There it is. Oh look, there he is! I shall wait here until you return. There's our guy. You're an A-Rap with sunspots in your eyes. Oh fuck. Point of view. Oh my god. Oh god. Let's see, where is Nightly? Thank you for becoming a nugget in Zaycorp. Welcome. Yeah, fuck, dude. This sucks. Oh, by the way, apparently Limbus company has reached 1 million in sales. This one is you sayings if you wanted to rewatch that too since you finished the wings. Yahoo! I think I would want to do that once we do Yaseng's chapter. Did they really? Apparently. Gonna be 2 million after Faust. Faust is gonna get them sales, yeah. Freaking Dino Dave and Elysial they already made Faust videos about it. Like, god damn. Gamer Faust. It's seriously like this is probably gonna be like one of the highest selling IDs in the game. Like so far, definitely, but I think maybe in general. I don't know how they'll be able to top this one. She do be gripping that mouse. Such a weird freaking mouse, by the way. What the hell is that mouse? Why does it look like a funny evil button?
메르소, 그렇게 불러주겠습니까? 관리자님. 저들은 이해하기가 어렵군. 돈을 잃었다면서 눈물을 흘리고 그런가 하면 극장에 다녀왔다면서 깔깔대고 어떻게든 자신을 드러내려고 한다는 게 아니 입을 움직이는 데 쓴 에너지가 아까울 만큼 쓸모없는 얘기였습니다. 고막을 찢을 것만 같은 고성이 피를 사정없이 때려댄다. 왼쪽 2번째 열부터 오른쪽 15번째 열까지 나에게 쏠리는 누나들의 시선 89개의 검지와 86개의 목구멍에서부터 쇄도하는 슬픈 공포 혐오 매도 각종 감정의 덩어리로 만들어진 질문들이 수시로 점점 죄운다.
I killed my mother. It's like basically people accusing him that he killed his mother for putting her into that home, the retirement home. The mouse looks like a mistake. That is the best way I could describe it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I feel like they changed the mouse for Faust's ID, for Chrome or Faust's ID, because the mouse would be too similar to the real world, I guess, like technology wise. But then there's a freaking computer, for God's sakes. Couldn't use the iconic line because of copyright, even though you could tell they really wanted to. The I killed my mother. You talking about that line? This one? Today I killed mother. Oh my god. Yeah, they wrote I killed mother even though the original line is nothing like that. The original is copyrighted. That is stupid. That is stupid that you can copyright a form of text like that. You can copyright a sentence. I think my mom died, or maybe it was yesterday. I think was kind of the OG, right? Yes, that actually is the original. I think my mom died, or maybe it was yesterday. Yeah, today I killed mother is a little too on the nose. You can just go to chapter 1 and see the OG for yourself. Wait, so they just couldn't do it for the promo then? How did a dead person still copyright the stranger? You give the copyrights to somebody else later on, like under a will or some bullshit. Or somebody else takes the copyrights for it. Damn. Hey, look, we have max energy. Oh god, we're actually like 20. Damn, that was a long read. Because Disney? That is true too, because fucking Disney. Because Disney think it's really funny to dump like millions and millions onto lawyers or to politicians to lobby for copyright laws to be extended so nobody can use fucking Mickey Mouse. Actually, yeah, shouldn't it be Creative Commons after no works related to the stranger in 60 to 120 years or something? I have no clue. Yeah, I saw that picture. Moby Dick reading stream win. I heard that Moby Dick is probably one of the worst ones to read, actually. Because it's apparently very, very dry. Mickey Mouse will be entering public domain soon, I think, in 2 to 3 years. Really? When is Mickey Mouse public domain? 2024. The Mickey Mouse copyright runs out in 2024. What that means for all of us. 2024 will specifically pull Steamboat Willie the Barn Dance and that original design of Mickey Mouse into public domain in terms of copyright laws. It sounds like the Steamboat Willie. The original design of Mickey Mouse. The Mickey Mouse we see today probably isn't going to be in public domain. Yeah, the original mouse, not the current. Which, who knows, we might actually see them lobby for it to be extended again. Who knows? Because that's just the way fucking they work.
구태여 좋냐 안 좋냐를 따지자면 밤보다는 낮을 선호하는 편입니다. 보이지 않을수록 이해가 어렵기 때문입니다.
That is gonna be mental to see him flip out if he actually does. So Moby Dick had a purpose. Yeah, to get him and all of his colleagues murdered. Killed in action even.
불 뜯을 시간이다.
빨리 시작하시죠.
I guess now we just gotta finish our dailies. I was really hoping that we'd have more time to do other stuff like solo G Corp Gregor. If it's like Mob Sako, then I'm even more excited.
전투에 임하겠습니다.
I didn't actually get to finish Mob Psycho. Ironic that Moby Dick is dry despite being a book set in the sea. Yeah, I think somebody pointed that out. The cliche of it.
전투에
Damn, I
임하겠습니다.
thought you already did that. Nope. Oh my god, I mind whipped and it worked. I forgot that I have R-Corp Ishmael on my team right now. I completely forgot. Oh yeah, the new dungeons were also announced. It's called like Railway, right? Those seem kind of interesting.
전투에 임하겠습니다.
Railway, yeah. There's going to be, it's like a straight line of like several battles, like 12 to 14 battles or something. Isn't the Railway infinite? No, it's like 12 to 14 battles apparently. There's also going to be new abnormalities coming with it as well.
전투에 임하겠습니다.
Hell yeah, she got mind whip.
소란이 줄었네요.
Mind whip, mind whip, mind whip, mind whip. She can't mind whip yet. God damn it. The multitude.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Dude, Dungeon will be good for content creation. God, I hope so. I am going to work on this N-Corp Mersault video that I'm working on right now, and after that, I'm not entirely sure what I'll do next. I might make it an entire N-Corp video where all the N-Corp gang is together.
터졌군요.
It's going to include the funny frog, my four empties, and the Robo-Togor. Yeah, I saw the robot guy, and I saw the frog.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Oh my god. Why did you have to shoot him, Mersault? Why did you have to shoot him?
같지 않죠.
That fucking sucks. Why did he have to shoot him? Thanks to Overclock, I'll finally be able to see them corrode. Yeah, I think that's a really good addition. The whole Overclock thing. Ah, here it goes. This is hopeless, really? Oh, well, I guess it makes sense since, yeah, he's like this. Which actually, if that's the case, then I should just do this. Isn't Sinclair gonna get an N-Corp ID since Cromer said she saw a future where Sinclair was right beside her, though still unsure how literal that was? Mate, it's literally a CG art. Where Sinclair was... Maybe he wasn't the one who grips, but he was like another person who was like as high as that.
전투에 임하겠습니다.
My form empties, being the Abno with the ring as well as being Altus's gotcha EGO. Oh right, it's that one. It's the Nirvana one.
소란이 줄었네요.
No! Okay, well, it's fine, we won anyways. Isn't N-Corp Dawn and N-Corp Yusang teased in N-Corp's Rodia's art? Are they really?
전류가
N-Corp Dawn, hold on. Rodia's art, what the fuck? Don't see them here. Yeah, I don't see Yusang or Dawn at all. Story, I think, if not art. Did they fix the N-Corp stories? Yeah, they did. Nah. Didn't say anything about that. They said Faust, though. That was a glitch, I think? Yeah. Yeseng and Dawn show up because of the bug.
보이지 않을수록 이해가 어렵기 때문입니다.
So, and then I do a thread Luxcavation, right? I'm trying to remember what I need to do exactly for all this. I need to copy this team, but just change you to this.
작전 호출.
싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
Oh yeah, that glitch, I forgot that existed. Yeah, I got them, and then I said that I would probably wait to read the stories until they got fixed, and yeah. Seems like a very easy battle to do. Looking forward to the Dawn Who grips. I think it would be actually crazy if they decide to do the Sinclair ID also. We would be able to have a full N-Corp team. And I mean, I was even saying it already that it's like Mersault and Rodion N-Corps, they're like really strong together.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Like the combos that they can pull off are just insane. And the fact that they're going to add more to it is just crazy to me. They're going to be dishing out so much damage together. Like this whole group we got, this entourage of N-Corp guys. Dawn would probably reform N-Corp or make them fall apart. That is, I mean, Dawn is a Justice 5 nugget, and boy, that is going to be some real justice she's going to be pushing out. Oh, was I supposed to? Oh, I was supposed to kill one of these guys, wasn't I? Yeah, I was supposed to kill one of these guys this turn. Whoops. We will offer Mersault. He's tanky enough to survive it. We did no fucking damage. What happened here? What happened? Wait, that's really minus 43? Damn. How was that damage? What the hell? Oh, that's why. Zay's gonna pull for that stinky Need Faust, right? Yeah, that's why I'm saving up my lunacy right now. And I'm praying to God that I just get her in my pulls. I really do. I don't want to throw more money at this game for now. They made the nails mechanic, so they might as well put it on more than 4 units and a few enemies in the mindset. Is the mindset maybe? Yeah, the ones we have right now are pretty strong. It's a very strong mechanic as is with just these two. And any more guys with nails on them is just going to make it even like crazier. Because Rodaya can get up to 3 bonus to her flips already with just Mersault. So if we have 2 more guys that can tack on nails, Rodaya's gonna have a lot of damage. Stagger, bro.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Now we just need more rupture units like LCCB-ish. A full rupture team, I feel like could be like one of the strongest to bring to mirror dungeons. We have right now we have LCB Heathcliff, we have LCCB Ishmael, and we have Zway Sinclair, and I think or LCB Mersault also does rupture. I think. Or oh, we're talking about rupture. Why am I'm thinking of Tremor. I was thinking of Tremor. Rupture is Gregor? G-Corp Gregor. There is Ishmael. I'm trying to remember. I think is W-Corp Mersault Rupture? I think he is. Want to get beated? Artillery? To guarantee the kill, please go after this. It's just gonna go after you, I guess. Bitch, you're pretty low on health, but you'll be fine. I'm sure you'll be fine. The multitude tightens its hold. Yang-chan! Yang-chan! W-Corp Dawn also has good rupture along with Remnant and Faust. I really wish I had W-Corp Dawn.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
I need to really look through that cutscene again to see who we're getting next, because I know we're getting Yasang next. Oh, he does rupture also. He does rupture. Okay, you guys need to actually go after this lad up here. Can you guys go after him? If you aren't clashing, then go after the funny person in the background. The W-Corp Dawn is really good. She's awesome. She sounds like she does seem like she's really useful. It's just I think Shidon is actually pretty good as is. So
표적 확인.
I want to use her, but I'm probably just gonna wait until the story. Like as of right now, the group that I'm using right now is just too damn good, I think. For a clay doll. And now it's time for the Unga. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, we'll do this one. Hug it. Or better yet, which one does more damage? This one does so little damage, okay. Hug him. And put the calendar in the sack. Genuinely curious how index IDs would work if they decide to add them in the future, since singletons would think was no dupe cards. The other thing was they would get a random bonus for a random type of damage. That was the other thing that the prescript was all about, or the index. So they would get a +2 to pierce, they would get a +2 to blunt, and they would get a +2 to slash at random times. Hug him.
따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
This is probably one of the best looking EGOs, I think. He's actually gonna put it in the sack. Got him. Does anyone notice that weird white outlines when you use EGO on the dial? I noticed that there's a graphical bug with the calendar, which just sounds right for Project Moon. The game gets updated and then suddenly some really janky stuff is happening to the screens. So that sounds like something that Project Moon would do. We have enough to do 3 more. I don't know which ones to do. I think I kind of want tickets, but threads. Tickets or threads?
준비는 끝났습니다. 명령 대기.
I think their attack should randomly shift between affinities, so the randomness doesn't completely decide the fight, but plays a role. I think them getting a passive which randomly boosts slash, blunt, and pierce is fine. And then the 3 skills that they have should be different. They should have 3 skills that are both slash, blunt, and pierce. Thread feels more important in the game at the moment since levels are capped at 30. Most of the identities that I have are already uptied right now. And if I need more, I could just break some of my EGO shards. I do have a lot of tickets though, so I might not need those either. Damage. Oh thank god. Honglu actually won. I was looking at Honglu wondering like, can he make it? Using a single coin skill. What are you doing, Honglu? EGOs also have to be uptied. That is true. I don't think right now you don't need to uptie them though. Like it is there, but the game is pretty easy without having to uptie your EGOs. As of right now, the EGOs are good for if an enemy is using a skill that has a really high base coin. And you want to make sure that you beat it. The way I see that this being a gacha is you don't need to you don't need everything, and you don't need to do everything in it. Like, I'm pretty sure we can do just fine without having a fully maxed out team, which is what I'm going to do next week. I'm going to do a default ID run. See how that turns out. But I need all the dons. Well, then you just gotta pray that you get lucky. Put him in the sack.
이 안에 담아주지.
Any opinion on EGO overclocking? I think it's gonna be really cool. Because like there is, with all the stuff that corroded EGOs do, there's some interesting strategies that you can do around them. But it was impossible to do those strategies because you had to get low sanity to corrode. But now you don't have to. It is going to be a little bit harder to do it though. Because like, why would you do EGO overclocking if you could just beat it without it? So if there's a moment where you actually do need to do it, that'd be cool. As of right now, it's completely unnecessary.
교전 시작합니다.
Again, a lot of the stuff like for mirror dungeons, for example, I've been going through mirror dungeons without using my EGOs at all. I've just been pressing auto win because they're just that easy. I feel like maybe at some point in the story, there might be a time where EGO overclocking might actually be a viable thing to do.
확인 사살, 표적 무력화.
Seems good for teams that print affinity resources for only one sinner. You can only use it once per turn, so now here's a good use for the resources.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
I'm so lightheaded right now, I'm trying to figure out what I was gonna say. Like, you don't need to do it though.
너무 쉽군요.
Damn, I was really hoping to see Mersault's EGO. It's not necessary to use EGO until like Cromer, pretty much, or Sacristy. Guido. There's very few moments in the story so far that you have to, where it's a necessity to use it. So, like, why bother?
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
Doesn't the end game mode come out next week though? I think so. I guess we'll find out. We'll see if the new content would actually require you to
운이
do something
따라준다면
like
좋겠네요.
EGO overclocking.
재밌네요.
Railway is the start of April. Dear God, we got 2 weeks for it then. And then there's also the Hell's Chicken too. I think Hell's Chicken is also in April. Oh, next week is the one where you spam the mirror dungeon. Next week is like you get rewards based on how much a Keflin you spend. It's called like the manager attendance event or something. Game difficulty hasn't hit its height yet, yeah. I said before that like we're kind of like at Stray Dogs level of difficulty at the moment. Like Cromer was kind of at the same point of Stray Dogs, I would say. I probably should have you. No, I should have you actually do this. And then we'll have you just have fun with me, I guess.
운이
Ain't no way
따라준다면
Stray Dogs is a
좋겠네요.
breeze. At the start of the game, Stray Dogs was a breeze because we had really broken starter cards. The starter cards for Library of Runa were insanely broken when it first came out. Cromer wasn't too hard. The only thing that makes Cromer such a difficult time is if you have an unprepared team to fight her, which I did. I had N-Corp, Rotion, and Mersault, and a lot of my team comprised of Blunt, which was Wait, I did. Are you fucking serious? Did I actually not kill a clay doll? I had 2 people focus one of them. And you guys didn't kill him. God damn it. You guys had one job. Finish the entire game with primary ID. Some parts need some brain cells, but it's not that hard. Also, I started watching your content after I finished all the stories to see other people's reactions. So now I found myself watching your VOD now stream. Welcome. Yeah. Was my wait, you're watching other people's reactions to like Cromer? That music was, I really like that music. God, it was so good. You know, I feel like what they could have done maybe with Cromer's song though, Between Two Worlds, they could have had it start kicking like the other part, because there's 2 halves of Between Two Worlds. They could have had the second half start playing when she distorts. Cromer's just a wake-up call to pay attention to boss mechanics. Yeah, that bleed really sucks. I feel like we might actually die to the calendar, guys. Like, we are... Nobody's going after him for some reason. You actually go after him instead to finish him off. This is not going to kill him. Oh my god, are you serious? Quiz. Oh, what is this damage you guys are doing? Yang-chang. They literally did that. Did they really? I feel like I swear I felt like the entire song was playing throughout the Cromer fight. I wasn't really able to focus on the song, unfortunately, since I was like talking to you guys and I was also having to focus on the fight. I still can't wait to eventually get back to that boss and legitimately fight Cromer with the bleed team. That would be really fun. I think it'd be a fun challenge to do. Fight Cromer with a bleed team. Beat her with a burn team or a bleed team. No wonder you think that, considering the time you spent in that fight. Yeah. Wonder how long it would take me to actually, if I actually had a team prepared for Cromer, I wonder how long it would take me. You get a blunt team to go through the dungeon, and then you have a team to fight specifically Cromer. Roma! Yo, I haven't seen this yet actually. I kind of want to try it. Inflict 2 defense power down, inflict 1 defense power down. This looks like it sucks. Can anybody redirect that? Can you redirect that? Yeah, redirect that with your crappy move. And then these guys can just attack you guys because their moves are gonna suck ass. Oh wait, I do have to kill one of them, don't I? Do this on him, and then I guess you can hit him too? No bonuses, really.
교전 시작합니다.
Frankly, I just can't think of many situations where enemies' defense is that grand to require defense down effects. There'll be an abnormality, I'm sure. There'll eventually be an abnormality. That did no damage. Bro, why are these guys so tanky? Why are these little clay doll shits so tanky? Abnormalities love to have gimmicks. They had a lot of gimmicks in Library of Runa, so they'll eventually make one that has a gimmick. Oh my god. Help. I left the game on for too long. $29 whole whopping damage. 17 to 30 damage, and he has how much health? God, Rodion's I mean, I guess she's the gambler, so I guess it makes sense. She has such a high. It's so random, her damage. I think I need. Oh, you're out of ammo, apparently. Huh. I need 3 people to go after this little guy here, I think. %, 50%. I have 2 people going after Ishmael, looks like. Utility. Just reload forehead, it's that easy.
교전 시작합니다.
I think this is right. Click, click, click.
표적 확인.
There's the damage. There we go. There. Oh, she's almost staggered. In the excavations, the abnormalities endure every sin except one, so they are a lot tankier than normal. Yeah, that's probably it then. That would make sense. Oh shit, she got staggered because of the burn. God damn it. Oh nope, she's back. Wait, what? How did that happen? You got better. Can we... no. Surely... no, she's not gonna get tails. She's not gonna get tails. I'm not gonna try that. Out of ammo. Doomsday Calendar is still by far the easiest of the abnos in excavation. Even if you mess up and have no play dolls to sacrifice at the end, you can give one sinner to end the fight immediately.
거둬들일 순 없었어.
Wait, really? In the what? Really? If you give him a sinner at the end, it just ends? Really? I remember losing to him on to get the event, to see the event, and he just kept going.
그 자식은 아직 살아 있을 거야.
I wanted to see what the giant zappy ending Doomsday thing looked like, and yeah. That's the last skill check after he makes his allies. Oh, maybe it did go through. Yeah, I think I actually did get the... I failed the check. I think that's how... yeah, that's how you're supposed to... that's how you get to see the thing at the end. Oh my god, are we not gonna kill him? No! Oh my god, we actually didn't kill him. Offer a sinner. Bye! Bye, Mersal. We're condemning him, guys. Oh, he lived. He fucking lived anyways. You know, part of me realized fighting this today that choosing the She sector members for the events is a pretty lucrative idea given their effects when reaching a low enough HP threshold. That's actually a pretty smart idea. I question then how the Nuggets die. Is it just they have bad results with that dial? It almost sounds like it's supposed to be like a lottery thing, much like how Nameless Fetus and Censored are. What makes it go for that check? If you don't kill him after the clay doll blows up all the little dudes, then you offer up a sinner. And I guess if you failed that check, yeah, that's if you failed that check right there, that's when he will just keep nuking your guys. When I got to that point, it just used the same attack on my team the next turn, no checks. May have been a bug then. The PM Charm guy. Good old Project Moon Charm, baby. Oh, I guess I need to do my dailies, don't I? Never mind, we did our dailies.
보이지 않을수록
Boom.
이해가
Boom.
어렵기
And
때문에
we did our weeklies. Oh my god. That was easy. Really? We finished our weeklies also. Damn. Need those delicious ego shards. The next one is Faust's Fluid Sac. We're actually level 38 already. I forgot, we leveled up like crazy once they updated the thing, didn't they? Yeah. I think we leveled up like 10 times after we did our weekly mirror dungeons this week when the update happened. Good old PM making us ask if it's a bug or a feature. Yeah, seriously. Fluid Sac is busted. The Fluid Sac for Faust is busted, really? How's hers? Burst Tremor. Oh yeah, she'd be perfect for a Tremor team then. If she has an EGO that can do that. On-demand Tremor Burst. It has like 5 AoEs. Why does she have so much AoE shenanigans? This one doesn't have AoE. This one has AoE though. Targets 3 slots. Crazy. Attack skill final power +2. If 10 plus turns into the battle, gain 2 protection every turn, but lower attack skill final power by 2. Huh. Damn, why is Faust so good? I'm trying to think what my team is going to consist of. Marisol, Rodion, Faust, Heathcliff, and I guess Dawn. Dawn will be my last one. I like Dawn too much to not have her on the team. A full-on N-Corp team with Dawn just there too. Faust's Sac targets 5 slots and heals 10% HP and SP. Damn. Faust Fluid Sac may make solo Faust plausible if N-Corp turns out to be good enough. Yeah. Every time I see an ID, a new ID, I just think, is this soloable? Full-on N-Corp team and 1 Sinclair. That is true. That is the funny comp. All N-Corp and then you just have like Mariachi Sinclair with them. That is the haha funny comp to use, but I don't think I will. Let me solo with it. Yeah, I think this is... Somebody said Shidon should be able to solo, which she can't. She can't solo. I'm pretty sure she can solo. There's no way. Healed by 50% of the damage dealt. Orange, blue. He has the orange, but not the blue. She has the orange, but not the blue. Maybe it was W Corp Dawn they were saying. You need to be able to spam this move, pretty much. You need to be able to spam this. Gamer Faust is a funny meme though. Yeah, I can't believe they went that way. That's just, oh my gosh. I know for a fact that Faust is probably going to become the most popular sinner. She's going to be. I still like Dawn. I think it's probably like Dawn, Marisol, and then Faust. And then Ishmael. Sangre de Sancho is the weakest base EGO. This? 12-11. Why is she so weak? It actually is, yeah, 12. Its base power is 12. Everybody else is at like 15 or something. She's at 19. What the hell? She's at 19. His is at like 15. It's like an average of 15 for most of them. Hers is at 19 and it's an AoE attack, and then hers is like at 12. The punished Dawn arc does not end. Yeah, who knows? Maybe somewhere in the future she will... Sometime down the line she'll get like a Zayn EGO that's just like way better. Who knows? Even her base identity is the worst identity in the game. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I don't know how the hell that happened. She seems like a very huge... It seems like she's a very huge oversight, almost. Like 2 single coin flips and then her 3 skill starts at 3 and it has a chance to get to 12, but like, my god. Coin power +2 at 10 plus speed, man. Poor Dawn, yeah. The struggles. I think we're done here though, guys. That was a long read. We actually managed to finish it, and we're probably just, yeah. Tomorrow is it LC13? I think it's LC13. Tomorrow is Lobotomy Corporation 13, where it's pretty much Lobotomy Corporation but co-op. I might do my dailies before that. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really liking these dailies. The XP Luxcavation and the Thread Luxcavation, I'm actually not really liking them. Hopefully they'll do better. On stream, yeah, I'll probably do my dailies on stream, and then after the dailies are done, we're gonna go do then we're gonna go play Lobotomy Corporation 13. And then Sunday is Lobotomy Corporation RimWorld, I think it is. I kind of don't want to continue my RimWorld run though. It was so... that ending was very depressing. What happened? The events that happened at the end of Lobotomy Corporation RimWorld have really made it very unfortunate. Thankfully the April update will let us skip Luxcavations. Will it really? Drama is what makes it interesting, Zay. It's not... Yeah, but I want to progress, and we have a very huge setback, though. What happened in RimWorld? Fucking Hod and Ayan died. That's what happened. Where is the fun in a deathless run? It's not really that either. It's just there's setbacks are not fun. Green ordeal happened. Yeah. God, I wish Ayan died. Yes, and then everybody in the entire city would distort. You can skip, but it causes extra in Keflin. I did hear something about that. I don't think I'm gonna skip them though. That seems like a waste. What should I raid? The multitude tightens its hold. Should that be a raid message? The multitude tightens its hold. What the fuck is this message? What is this title name? This random jabroni is playing on day 1 of Lobotomy Corporation. The way they have themselves positioned, they look so small. Monsieur Antichrist. They're playing this person. Hold on. I'm gonna see if there's anybody else to raid. Yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and raid them then. They're playing Lobotomy Corporation. I think our raid message will be birds are your friend. Birds are your friend. Birds are your friend. And then we will have the wiggling of birds. The wiggle bird. Boom. Do the wiggle. Raid. Her name is Nyam. What a name. But yeah, tomorrow, Lobotomy Corporation 13. We're probably going to do our dailies for Limbus Company first, and hope to see you guys there. I'm kind of hoping that I'll have my video for End Court Mayor Salt done by Tuesday at the most. That's going to be the worst, or Wednesday. In the name of gotcha and reading, here comes Halfling Zay. That's going to be my Queen of Hatred quote. But yeah, I hope I'll see you guys tomorrow for Lobotomy Corporation 13. Bye guys! What a perfect camera to die.
The game's over.